Okay.
Testing 1, 2. Okay. Hi, Emily. How are you? You look so pretty. I love your dress. How are you doing? Look, because I was so late. Hi, Christine. How are you? Sorry, I got lost in the parking garage. Yeah. Oh, it's totally fine. Yeah, I'll bet. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Yeah, it's like happy end of COVID, I guess. Yeah, wherever she wants us. Wherever she wants us. Where are you? Are you living with your mom? Or what are you? Oh, okay. I would do like I told
Connie, how much time?
Hi, how are you?
We're like 1 minute out.
Hi, how are you? Because I was running late. Oh my God, yes. Yeah, and then I went into the stupid parking garage and I couldn't get out of it. And I'm like, how do I get out? Like, yeah. Well, that's what I wanted to do, but then I like saw like an official person probably would have said, take me out of here. No, I'm gonna go walk down. And yeah, it's really. I mean, there's no signage whatsoever. It's like, what? Here you are. Sorry. Last time I saw you was It is funny, out of context. It's like, wait, who are you? Why are you here? Yeah. Oh my goodness. No, he's living on the Eastern Shore now. Yeah, with his dad. Yes, they started a franchise, IT franchise. So they do IT. So I know, internet, whatever it is, you know. So their target audience is middle, just small businesses that need outsourcing, you know, kind of like you're on the first panel? Yeah. I'm Trish. Nice to meet you. Oh, wait, so you're not on this panel. You're speaking. You're the keynote. So you're speaking.
You put it under here.
Well, it's nice for you to travel. I hear you. My eldest son was one of John Mayhugh's best friends. So that's how I know Mary Lowe. And yeah. Hi.
I'll tap it every
Hi. What's your name again? Kate. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you.
I'm
Oh,
ready.
thank you. Oh.
Check. Mic check. Is that sound check? Is that good? Mic check. Sound check. 1, 2, 3, 4. Is that good? 1, 2, 3, 4. 5, 6, 7, 8. Are we good? 5, 4. Thank you. And thank you for coming today. Sound check is good? And we're feeding live? Almost?
Stand by, Mary.
Okay.
And 3, 2, 1.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the 5th Annual Hero's Journey Symposium, sponsored by the John P. Mayhugh Foundation. I am U.S. Army Colonel Retired Mary Lowe Mayhugh, President and Founder. I want to thank all of our distinguished guests, panel members, and facilitators for their participation in our symposium and offering their knowledge, insights, and ideas on how our nation, our communities, and our families can better address the harsh challenges our nation is facing in addressing mental health. Over the last 5 years of this event, we have seen positive change in how we approach mental health. Our communities have invested resources in treatment. Leaders, celebrities, and athletes have opened up to discuss the stigma associated with receiving care. And we have seen how the 988 National Suicide and Crisis Lifeline has been implemented. These are important, positive steps that offer us hope. But we have a very long way to go. Despite these efforts, we continue to see in the headlines the challenges our families are facing in seeking care. And the deaths from addiction, alcohol abuse, and suicide continue to remain unacceptably high. And this is just not in our military families, it is in our communities as a whole. In the military, since 2000, we have lost more of our veterans to suicide than in combat. The average number of deaths per day from suicide is 130, and some of those are children as young as 12. On average, 252 of our citizens suffer death related to drug addiction. And according to the CDC, 380 people a day suffer death from alcohol abuse. These numbers need to concern us, because if we combine these numbers, it is the size of many of our small cities. And part of the concern is that those numbers do not measure the total loss to our communities. It is just not the emotional toll. It is the loss of the intellectual capital and of the life that could have been. I am always amazed, however, by the ability of our nation to do great things when we put our collective intellectual, economic, and legislative power to bear. We have put people on the moon. We have developed driverless cars. We have robots and technology at our fingertips that can do just about anything. And during the pandemic, we deployed and developed not just 1, but 3 vaccines. I'm looking to hearing from our thought leaders today to help us shape a call to action, to leverage our collective will as a nation, to use our knowledge, insight, and experience to navigate and build a better pathway to recovery from wounds to wellness. The well-being of our nation, our communities, and our children are depending on this. And now I am honored to introduce our Master of Ceremonies, Mr. Louis Selly. Mr. Selly currently serves as the Executive Director of Bravo Victor, which is a scientific and research organization with offices in London and Washington, D.C., and my condolences go out to our colleagues in Great Britain on the loss of the Queen. Formerly, Mr. Selly served as the Executive Director of the American Legion, managing their strategic operations, and was the principal spokesperson for the Legion's more than 2 million members, speaking before Congress and working with the White House through 2 presidential administrations. Lou is a retired Master Sergeant, and he served 22 years in the United States Army, go Army, and is also a graduate of Harvard University. And while a native of Boston, Massachusetts, he now resides in Washington, D.C., and together with his wife, Elise, they are blessed with 6 children, 1 grandson, and those children continue to advocate that the future generation is their greatest achievement. Please help me in welcoming Mr. Louis Selly.
Hua. Stiff upper lip. Suck it up. Mind over matter. You know, many of us come from being raised from a generation of men and women who were very stoic, were able to hold it in and just show the best parts of themselves. For many of us, it's cultural. But the truth of the matter is that addiction is a psychological and physiological characteristic, and it's a disorder. Something that is giving people persistent urges to do things that they know, in many cases, it's bad for them, but they're drawn to do it anyway. And what we're going to hear today from many of the experts and the men and women that have dedicated their lives to ensuring that we break past some of those cultural barriers. We break past some of those challenges that we face in order to be able to ask for the type of help that they need. Because in many cases, they need help, but they won't ask for it. Many of us in the military are quite familiar with that syndrome. So hopefully today, many of you listening online, here with us today, will be able to take away some of those really important pieces of information that will help you help someone else, if not yourself. So what I'd like to do very quickly is go over the run of show today so that you'll know what to expect during some of the different time frames. Our first panel is going to talk about well-being for children and families, something that our first speaker is going to cover and talk a little bit about. Our second panel will talk about integrative models of care, things that we all know here in the United States, which is different overseas, which is different in some other countries. Here we have several different models of medicine, some in the civilian sector, some in the military sector. Our third panel is going to talk about healing arts and all of the different ways that we're able to connect with other people through the creativity that we share as humans. We'll have some closing remarks, and we should be done right around 1600, 4 o'clock for those of you who didn't join the military. So it's my honor to introduce my dear friend and our first keynote speaker, Ms. Cheryl Mason. The Honorable Cheryl Mason is the Executive Director for Veterans and Military Spouse Talent Engagement for the Department of Veteran Affairs. She builds partnerships and promotes recruitment, employment, and retention for veterans, military spouses, caregivers, survivors, and family members. But we know her best for her marvelous and spectacular work at the Department of Veterans Affairs Board of Veterans Affairs. At the Board of Appeals of Veterans Affairs, she was appointed chairman by the President, confirmed by the Senate in November of 2017, and she served until August of this year as chairman. Cheryl led a team of approximately 1,200 personnel serving, including veteran law judges, attorneys, operations and administrative professionals, and executed a budget of $228 million. Cheryl is a dynamic and beloved member of our community and society. She has advocated on a number of different occasions on a wide variety of topics that you're going to hear about today, and it is absolutely my honor to introduce the Honorable Cheryl Mason.
So thank you for that wonderful introduction, Lou, and good morning. Today, as Lou prefaced, I want to talk about mental health, suicide prevention, and awareness, and how we can help manage it. So bottom line up front, we, all of us in this room and all of us watching, must do better. We have to learn that our mental health is just as, and I believe more so, important than our physical health. And we have to figure out how we help ourselves and others transition and manage this issue. So you heard a little bit about my current job, and I get a lot of questions about why and what I'm doing and why. So I am a military spouse of the U.S. Air Force, proud U.S. Air Force military spouse, and I had to carve my career while supporting my husband's career, even though the military told me I couldn't. I didn't accept that. But here's what I know, and here's what I've learned. Military spouses, particularly, are the CEOs of the military family. And if you can take care of and support military families through employment, and by employment, I don't mean a job, I mean portable, compensable careers, you're going to not only support our military readiness and retention and the issues and problems we have in the military, but you're also going to support those military members when they transition. And that is one of the toughest jobs the military family has, is supporting that veteran through transition. I've been there, I've done it, I'm still doing it. We're 14 years in. It is not one and done. It's hard. But if you can support those transitioning veterans and help those military spouses, you're going to make a difference. So let me start by sharing my story. And this is why I do what I do, in addition to the fact that I was a military spouse. When I was 4 years old, I lost my father, a World War II Navy veteran, to suicide. He was 43. My mother became a widow and the sole provider at age 42. She had a career. She was a government teacher. My only brother was 19, recently married, and about to graduate from Army boot camp. There was much I didn't understand, like why I couldn't cry at the funeral, why we did not discuss my father or his death for many years, why my mom and I had to move in with my brother and his family for a while, and why people, including family members, suddenly disappeared from our lives. And then, trying to explain to a 4-year-old what suicide is, you can imagine. It was 1969. It was small town Ohio. People didn't understand. Suicide was scary. Mental health issues, we were just learning, really, how to handle those. My father, as we learned later, had adult onset paranoid schizophrenia that was brought on by his service in the Pacific during World War II. So my mom did some of the things she did to protect me and teach me to take care of myself and become self-reliant and resilient. So growing up in Southern Ohio, it's beautiful there. It's a beautiful part of the country. It's very depressed. It's got some challenges. Opioid addiction is top on the list. But because you're in the area, because you're there, the beauty is all around you. It's a river town. There's a lot to do. You can get out and enjoy the environment. The sunsets are absolutely beautiful. And so I learned to find solace outside. So that's really what started that path. Now, I will say, when you're in small town America and everybody knows your history, it's really fun dating. As a teenager, because everybody knows your history, but they don't want you to know that they know. But they all have questions. So that was a little odd and hard. As I grew older, I started asking my mom questions about my father, and we started discussing his challenges. And what I learned is he started having challenges in his 30s. And he was diagnosed, we found out after his death, with adult onset paranoid schizophrenia. And the psychiatrist actually told my mother that she and I were lucky to be alive. Because paranoid schizophrenics are where you see the military suicide or the murder-suicide situation. And so that was a little scary, and it was hard to hear. Then the unthinkable happened. My only brother died by suicide in 1982, 13 years following my father's death, and 2 weeks before I left for college. He was 34. He left behind a young family, me and my mom, and a note that said, "I can't go on, but my kids will be okay because Sherry is okay." Thanks. Appreciate that. No stress. I was 17 years old. So we go through the process of the funeral and not putting on a show, because in small town America, when you have this type of situation in a family, people come for the show. I was mad. I was furious. I couldn't believe that he would do this, given what we went through as a family. And I couldn't understand why he didn't reach out. I will admit that there may have been some yelling at the cemetery after everybody left. Got to figure out how to use those outlets. And then my mother said, "You're going to college." And I'm like, "I can't." And she's like, "You're going. You have to go forward." And she said, I will take care of his family, but you're going forward." So I did. But what she didn't tell me is she had already talked to the school counselor and the chaplain and everybody else to make sure and check in with me that I was okay. And so she was making sure I was taking care of myself and trying to get them to support me, which they did. I did add psychology to my major, and I listened and I learned, and I read a lot. And I talked to the counselor and the chaplain, and I got outside and I enjoyed the beauty of the campus in the cornfield where I went to school. And I learned through the process that my brother was also sick. His diagnosis was different. He was manic, or he was bipolar, and in a depressed phase. And I tell my story because it helps encourage others, but it also, I want to tell the part about why and how I'm still standing before you today, because that's part of the story. So I'm going to stop here and I'm going to ask the room a couple questions by show of hands. How many of you know your risk for cancer? Okay. How many of you know your risk for heart disease? Okay. How many of you know your risk for suicide? Okay. More than I would expect. That's good. That means we're making progress. Okay. Again, I think physical health is important, but the mental health is more important. The brain's in control, whether we like it or not. And we have to figure out how we manage that and what we do to help the brain process and breathe, really. So why do I believe this? Well, let me tell you what I've discovered during my life. Unfortunately, I've had suicide continue to touch my life as I've moved forward. And so it happens way too often, and we have to do something. 1 in 6 people are touched by suicide. That's too many. When you have a family, if you have a family member or a close friend who you lose through suicide, your risk goes up. And it goes up if you lose another one. Okay? So my family, including my 2 sons, who were born well after my father and brother passed, we're over 50% risk for suicide. And we have to know that, and we have to talk about it. You must check in on your family and friends. You have to reach out, and you have to check in and make sure they're doing okay. And it's hard, and you have to ask the hard questions when somebody asks you, how are you today? The answer may not be, I'm fine. The answer might be, I'm exhausted, I've been traveling, but I'm working through it, right? Be real. I think we learned to do that better during COVID. You have to check in on yourself daily. You have to assess, how am I doing? Whether it's when you get up in the morning and look in the mirror, whether you're going through your day, whether you get to your evening. If your job is stressful, if you're traveling, do something you love. Figure out what that is. Figure out how you relax and get your brain to relax and think about different things. Because if you consistently drive yourself, that's where we get in trouble. That's where addiction comes in. That's where mental health challenges can come in. And share your story and your history and your challenges with your loved ones and your friends, because they do care and they do want to help. So I'm going to share another story from my family that I think highlights a success. So a few years ago, actually several years ago, my nephew, my brother's oldest child, began to have some mental health challenges. But he reached out first to the family and talked to us and said, this is what I'm doing, this is what's happening, I'm really struggling, I need your support. And then he said, he told his job, I'm going to take some time off, I'll be back when I can handle it. And he checked himself into a facility, and he said, I'm not leaving, because given my family history, I won't survive unless you help me and I figure out a way to manage it. And he did. And then when he came home, he went on with his life, and he was a very busy guy, traveling all around the world with his job. And then at age 50, he retired. I was jealous. But he retired because the stress of the job and everything else was too much, and he knew it. And so he's like, I'm done. I'm going to live the life I want to live and be happy. And so he is. He loves to fish. He loves to be outside, because that's something our family did and still does in Southern Ohio. And he travels all over. He visits his sons who are in California and Louisiana. And he's doing amazing. He just turned 53, and he's doing fantastic. And he's actually contemplating, it's taken him a while, but he's actually contemplating starting a fishing organization to support veterans and those touched by suicide, because he understands. So, that's encouraging. He figured it out. He sought help. He figured out how to manage it and what to do. And he's teaching his sons, just as I teach my sons, and my husband and I teach our sons on how to do that. So I have one more question. What do you, and this is not for the room, but you can answer it personally, what do you do to care and protect your mental health? I love to be by the water. I love nature, I like to be outside. It helps my mind breathe, and I do it every day. I don't care what the weather is. I reach out and I ask for help when I need it. And if I can't manage it, it could be physical, it could be mental, it could be both. I've received counseling multiple times. After my father's death, after my mother's death, when my oldest son went to college, challenging times. But we are, as a society, are still scared of suicide. We are. And we should be. It's taking too many people, including our young kids, our teenagers. And we have to figure out how to do this. And we have to think outside the box, and we have to work together. So, but let me tell you, I'm encouraged. I'm encouraged by what I'm seeing. And we talked about this a little bit earlier. Things are changing. I was recently at a military facility. And the military has a lot of challenges with suicide, not only in our service members, but in our families. And so I was at this military facility, and the senior leaders started the briefing with what they're doing to support their service members and how they're combating their suicide numbers. And they knew what they were, and they knew exactly what their stats were and what they needed to do. I was blown away that when they started the briefing that way, because that wasn't what we were there to talk about, and that they were thinking outside of the box. So what did they do? They've started a program that requires every military member, every service member at that particular base to seek 30 minutes of counseling, either from a mental health professional or a chaplain service every year. They don't have to talk, but they have to go. And it's part of their ongoing program. And so they are not quite 6 months in. They have seen the suicide rate drop substantially, like from over 12 in 1 year to 1 in 6 months. They're seeing military and family members seek counseling because the stigma's gone. And it's built in. It's a maintenance. They're sustaining it. It's built into their program. Ladies and gentlemen, that is out-of-the-box thinking for our military leaders. That's amazing. The other thing they do is they encourage their service members and family members through different opportunities, MWR and others, to get outside and enjoy, do things, do other opportunities. I know we're going to hear about that later today, about those artistic opportunities, those therapy things. They're doing that. So that's remarkable. So here's the thing. My challenge for you today is, what can you do to think outside the box, to help yourselves and help others? So yes, we have to sustain our physical health, but we have to sustain our mental health. And we may exercise, we try to eat better. I can't say we're going to eat right because, I'm sorry, I like wine, chocolate, and cheese. It's the reality of my life. So I do a lot of walking. But how are you going to protect your mental health and your family? And finally, if you do need help, and it's bigger than you think it is, and check in with yourself, because it can be, dial 988. And if you're a veteran, press 1. Thank you.
I think Cheryl's going to take some questions. Is that what I
Sure. Happy to.
As the president and founder of the foundation, I'm taking the prerogative of asking the first question.
Okay.
And you touched on something very important about how do we rethink our system, about how people access care. How do leaders and people do that? If you had one idea, or would you want to change one thing in the DoD and the VA healthcare system, what would that be?
Oh, that's a big question. I really think building in that mental health piece to the process. I think the senior leaders at this base are onto something. I think requiring it, and I think it needs to be part of what we're doing in DoD. I think it's a best practice, and I think that it needs part of our transition with veterans. So. Yes, ma'am.
I have actually more of a comment than a question, but I'm sure I'll get to the question. Thank you for doing what you do. It is so important, so necessary. I personally am a civilian, but I've done a lot of work with Mary Lou and friends with military families, and the last film that we did was about a young man who died by suicide, and he was a military kid, and it wasn't talked about. So what you're doing is wonderful, and I want to know, do you collaborate with any civilian organizations to get your message across?
Yes, anyone I can find anywhere. So when VA had Prevents, I was a national ambassador for Prevents. I still work closely with our VHA colleagues to be ambassador for suicide prevention awareness. But we collaborate partnerships across the military and the veteran community. And what we do is we talk about first the spouse employment and transitioning veteran employment, and how we work towards that to help with suicide prevention and think about that. So I am always open to other ideas. Dr. Barbara Van Dalen and I talk often about what we can do across the communities. We're looking for other opportunities, but yes, I mean, I can give you a whole list of people that their organizations, and they're fantastic, and there is a lot of work being done, and I'm really thrilled by that. So yes.
I think we're going to do one more question from the audience. We have time for one more.
Thank you so much for the very important work that you do. My question is, what are some strategies for building resilience?
I love that question. So I think strategies for building resilience are figuring out for you personally, and then I've done this with my children, what makes you relax, what helps you relax your brain and give your brain room to breathe. For me, it's walking, whether it's by the water or in nature, but understanding also that our jobs are important. Our life is important. We have to work to take care of our families, but you have to set boundaries. COVID was hard. We had to all learn how to do that, to work from home and then set those boundaries because we were working too much. But understand that there are times to close the computer and walk away. You can find things on electronics to keep you busy, but sometimes you need to do something different because if that's what you do all day. One of the examples I will give you is my youngest son is a professional golfer. He tried to work in the office setting, didn't work for him. So what does he do? He teaches golf. He loves it. It's stressful. He comes home some days and I'm peopled out, is what he calls it. And so what does he do? He goes out and plays with the dog. Animals are another resilience piece. So, figure out those areas. I would love to learn to paint. I have no artistic talent at all, but I love the sip and paint things because it's an opportunity. So just find out how you build it and figure it out. Thank you.
I'm going to ask Cheryl to stay up here a second.
Okay.
And I think you hit the perfect note on the end. Thank you for sharing your personal story. I think we've all been there, and knowing that we're not alone is so important. And I think DOD and VA, I know they're making important progress, and making mental health part of all healthcare is one of my key things that I'm up on my soapbox about all the time. We'll get there.
Good.
Now, and I'm going to invite Anne Marie from Uniting Us to come up because you talked about art.
Yes,
okay?
I love art.
And we have a very special presentation for you. I'm going to ask Anne Marie to talk about it, and then we'll move over here when she
Okay.
presents it. But Anne Marie,
Yes.
talk about this.
So my name is Anne Marie Holterbrand, and I'm the executive director of an organization called Uniting Us. And we work to provide therapeutic art activities for healing and for uniting and building stronger communities from the individual family and then all the way out across the nation. So one of our artists is a professional artist. His name is Aaron Toole. He's a Marine, and he makes cups. And each cup is an individual design, and he's made 25,000. But really hopefully you'll allow some other people to touch it, but when you touch this, it grounds you. It has information about how he feels, in this case about honoring those that have served, that have not made it, whether it was due to suicide or in combat or whatever. And so we thought this would be an appropriate token for you. And it is, you can drink out of it. And Aaron would say, please have a discussion with this cup. Sit down and talk to people about things that really matter, but sometimes we don't take the time to discuss. Thank you so much for everything that you do.
And Lou, I want to invite you up for the photos too. We'll get the photos and then we'll move on. Come on in, Maria. Come on in. We're all part of the same family.
I know I have it on silent, you don't know what's happening. Great.
Thank you so much. Okay, I'm so good at this. This is so amazing. Thank you. Great to see you.
Thank you.
We're gonna get panel one seated.
Okay. Well, welcome back. And as you'll see with our first panel, as with all the panels, we're going to have a moderator. I'm going to introduce the moderator, tell you a little bit about each panelist, and then we're going to hand it over to the team, and they're going to take you through some of the more important work that we're going to be doing today. So our first panel is on improving mental well-being for children and families. Our moderator is Sybil Russell. She's a doctor. She's a Chief Scientific and Health Innovation Area Lead and Mental Health Innovation Lab at MITRE Corporation, where she leads a portfolio of MITRE innovation programs, research, and her mental health, public health, and health policy work has helped change a number of different programs, not only at the Department of Defense, but Department of Veterans Affairs. Trish Glowesky is the founder and executive director of the Glow Media Project. Trish is the executive director, and it's here in Washington, D.C. Her educational films address mental wellness, behavioral health, and the issues that teens face today, and she does that all at no cost. Kelly Ruska is a director of government relations for National Military Family Association, where she's been doing that since 2015. The association's advocacy for families of the 8 uniformed services and Department of Defense. As a watchdog, her work is critically important to ensure that our military families get the type of services that they need. And finally, we have Thomas Trail, senior behavioral scientist at Rand Corporation. And Tom's research focuses on how stress affects relationship processes and health outcomes among military and civilian couples, and the effectiveness of programs in mitigating family stress. So with that.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. It's lovely to meet you all, and I'm grateful for this opportunity to be here today. I just wanted to go over that we'll start with questions. I'll go with questions for each of the panelists. And then after we finish about 4 to 5 questions, then we'll open it up to those that have joined us for further questions. So I just wanted to highlight that as a pediatrician and a mom, I'm very happy that we're talking about this today. I think it's a very important topic, and I'm definitely grateful to learn about all of your backgrounds and how you are working in this space. So without further ado, I'll get started if that's okay. So first, I would like to add, I'll start with Kelly, if that's okay. So there are multiple government and media reports about the challenging situation of the mental health of our youth and adolescents. Could you tell us about some of the research and work that you're doing?
Thanks so much. So the National Military Family, obviously our focus is on currently serving military families. And we've partnered with Bloom, an organization that empowers military teens to do research in 2021. And that's when we fielded our first teen survey. And we had over 2,000 participants. And you know, we were a little concerned by what we learned. But it was 2021. We were still in the throes of the pandemic. And so in 2022, we fielded a second survey. This time, also partnering with Bloom, we heard from over 2,600 military teens. And I'd like to highlight that these are the teens responding themselves. We did, you know, this isn't parents responding for the teens. They responded themselves. And what we learned was our kids aren't okay. Our military kids aren't okay. While 63% of the military teens that completed our survey indicated they had moderate levels of well-being, only 9% responded had high levels. And we used the short version of the Warwick-Edinburgh mental health scale. 9% reported high levels. What really worried us was 28%, so that's a quarter of the kids responded low on the well-being scale. And on a separate question, 37% of the respondents said that they had thought about harming themselves or others, which we found particularly troubling. You know, I think one thing that I should mention is our kids have just come out of 20 years at war. I have a 19-year-old daughter. She's never lived in, you know, in a situation where our country wasn't at war. And then you add the pandemic on top of that, and especially with last year, we had the withdrawal from Afghanistan, which was particularly troubling to many of our veterans and service members, and you know, the kids felt that as well. So it gives you some context for what these kids are experiencing. You know, one of our respondents said, "People don't understand how growing up, I saw my dad more through a computer screen and FaceTime than I did in person. They don't understand that my dad was gone 300 days of the year. He missed years of Christmases and birthdays and school achievements. And as I grew older, that sadness of my dad being gone so much turned into fear that one day, instead of my dad walking through the door, excuse me, it would be an officer with a folded flag."
Well, thank you very much for sharing that important work. I am so glad to hear that you are working with that population, because teenagers that have experienced, I mean, that group, to hear their voices is really special, and it's important, and I hope that we can really highlight your work and try to get that information out so that we can really start getting them the resources that they need. Thank you for sharing that. It's really heartbreaking. I'm so sorry. And next, Trish. Trish Glowacki. I was going to ask you the same question. Would you like me to repeat it?
I think I can just piggyback on
Okay, great.
on what was just said. Thank you for sharing that, and so great that you're doing that work with the teen population. My work at the Glow Media Project also, our target audience is middle school through high schoolers, so teens in the thick of it. And what we did, we didn't do a survey like Kelly, but we did a documentary during the pandemic about the effects of the pandemic on the mental health of teens. We interviewed 27 students from different, all over the country, through a series of Zoom calls and video diaries. And then we whittled it down to 5 with the most compelling stories and willingness to share. And we followed these kids for a year and did in-person interviews last summer. And we will be premiering that film in October 12th. And you're all invited. Anyway, what we found in talking to these teens was that some of the mental health challenges they were dealing with they were just so exacerbated during the pandemic. What we realized talking to them is like, well, it was there before. I just didn't really know it. They didn't have resources. They didn't know where to go. I would say, I don't have specific stats, but approximately a quarter of the students we interviewed were actually relieved with the pandemic, relieved that they didn't have to go to school, relieved that they didn't have to go to the practices, the clubs, and just the wheel that these kids are on these days, the stress, the pressure to get into a good school, et cetera, et cetera. Anyway, then, so the story of the documentary follows these young people and their challenges during COVID and how they coped and the creative ways in which they coped, which I know is going to be a panel later this afternoon. But it was fascinating to see how these kids took care of themselves and each other, and they are resilient. These kids are, like you said, they've either been at war or they've been in the civilian world. There's been a war going on, and they've been pushed to the max to succeed. And now that they're back in school, mental health is being addressed in the schools, and we are providing resources for them, and it's wonderful to see the progress being made.
And they have social media, too.
They have social media, yeah,
Yeah.
for better or worse.
I think that helped a lot during the pandemic.
It did.
was one-
Even video games. I mean, that somehow the kids were able to communicate with each other through video games, which I was not a big advocate for when my kids were little, but it's like any port in a storm during COVID, right?
Well, the teenagers that were able to speak and actually provide interviews for your documentary, they're heroes.
Yes.
I mean, that's really
They
amazing.
are. They were amazing to share their stories, and some of them are really pretty heartbreaking. But the hope is the thread throughout the documentary, and it's a beautiful thing to see these kids coming through the other side and back in society. So.
That's great. Thank you. I can't wait to see the documentary. Next, Thomas. Thomas Trail, thank you so much for joining us. And I would ask the same question, or if you want to build upon what our colleagues shared.
Sure. Yeah, I'd like to build a little bit on especially what Kelly was talking about. So I've done a lot of research with military families, and one of the earlier projects I worked on at RAND was called the Deployment Life Study, where we actually followed families over time during deployment. So service members, their spouse, and a child, surveyed them over time, and we looked at sort of like how deployments affected them versus families that didn't deploy. And what we found is that, especially for spouses and service members, once you've been through a deployment or two, it becomes sort of like routine. You know what to expect. You can generally bounce back if you have issues, you can generally bounce back after the deployment ends. But for a child, I mean, a deployment when you're 6 years old is different than a deployment when you're like 8, than when you're a teenager. You have different issues you're going through, and while families might expect kids to sort of like be used to it, actually they're experiencing very different things at those time points, and they have a harder time recovering from a deployment, from the issues they have being separated, depending on how old they are. So I think that's one like important thing to think about when we're thinking about services, that kids don't get used to these sort of things like their parents might. The other thing I wanted to highlight is there are services for adults and children in the military, but some of my research with Army families shows how difficult it is to find those services, and it's not so much I mean, it's a little bit of an access issue. Like, we have a shortage of mental health counselors right now, for sure. But it's also just families not knowing exactly how to find the resources that are available to them, and negotiating really the network of services that are available and programs is really kind of difficult. Even though we have websites, with these things and all that, but we found that for spouses, especially what they would often do for Army spouses, is their first stop would be other Army spouses. They'd ask, well, I'm having this issue, like, how do I deal with this? My kid's doing X, Y, and Z, like, what have you tried? And so they would go that route, and then they would sometimes get directed to the right place and sometimes not. So if they didn't get directed to the right place, they'd go somewhere else, and they get bounced around a little bit finding the right resource. So I think that's a problem when you're thinking about like seeking help and hesitancy to seek help. If you actually go out of your way to seek that help, you should be able to get that help. But that's not always the case.
Mm-hmm. Well, I really like that you brought up how important it is to also engage with the community.
Mm-hmm.
And so I wonder, in your work, have you or did you ask about their engagement with the community? Their peers, was that a big focus of your work?
It wasn't intended to be a focus, but it ended up being a focus because it was so common. It was common among service members too. Often if they're experiencing a problem, they'll ask their buddies like what to do versus like going to like Army Community Services, for example, which provides a lot of these services. They would ask around and see where to go first. But another issue I think that's relatively new is that a lot of families are living further and further away from installation. So we found that those families that lived further away had less knowledge about the programs that are available to them, less access to them, and less able, when they did have a problem, to actually find the help that they needed. So you have that sort of like people moving away because of finances or to get better schools or whatever reason, and you don't have this tight-knit Army or military community around bases anymore.
That's a challenge.
Well, and 70% of military families don't live on the installation.
Exactly.
Oh, wow.
Which surprises a lot of people because they think that they live, all military families live on installations. It's not the case.
70%, that's a lot of people who are more isolated than, and especially during the pandemic, that must have been really hard. So now I'll move to our next question, if that's okay. So I'll start with you, Tom, if that's all right.
Sure.
Just to mix it up a little. What changes should be made in how, speaking of communities, you had a great segue. What changes should be made in how communities address mental health and offer services? How should educators, clinicians, and others who work with children approach the problem and track issues? For example, for the DHA, Department of Education, Health and Human Services, what could families or parents be doing differently?
So one thing to build off what I just said, coincidentally, is institute, especially for programs and services that military children, military families seek out, either from the Department of Defense or from civilian organizations, NGOs that are supporting military families, that they institute like a no wrong door policy. So if somebody comes to you for help, even if it's not something that your office does, don't just say, we don't do that. Don't also just say, because I've heard that before from spouses, don't just say, well, here's a number to call necessarily, because it'd be much better to do what you call a warm handoff, right? You actually say, oh, you need to go see the counselor or our financial counselor, let's say, if you have a financial problem. Here, I'll call them, and you can talk to them, and you can set up an appointment. That way, you take the burden off of the person to actually make that call and make that connection, because that's sometimes really difficult to do. So that's one thing. The other thing I'd like to emphasize is that these problems are not all isolated that military families experience. So we often treat them like mental health is separate from like a financial problem, it's just separate from a family conflict problem, let's say, and they're all connected. So if you have family conflict, the kid's going to suffer a lot more like mental health problems. We know that. There's tons of research on that. But we don't often sort of, in financial problems like spouse employment that we heard about earlier, contribute to those financial problems. So there's this network of problems that families can have. And I would advocate sort of more holistic treatment of families, so that if someone has a financial issue, you might also talk to them about sort of like problems they're having at home, like with conflict and things like that, problems their kid is having at school, and help them get the services that are sort of more focused on all the issues that they could be facing, rather than just this one problem they came to you with.
Yeah, I really like that. That's really important, I think. And the warm handoff to our colleagues and friends and family is crucial, I think. In the hospital, when I discharge patients, we try to make an appointment before they go.
Yep.
So that, because it's really sometimes that, barrier is just to make the appointment. So I think that's a really great example.
Yeah.
Thank you for sharing that.
Sure.
Kelly, did you have anything you wanted to add?
So I think that the Department of Defense created a really wonderful program many years ago called the Military Life MFLEC, Military Family Life Counselor Program. And the idea was that it was sort of like a circuit rider program for mental health professionals. And these mental health professionals would be deployed to installations where they were either they were preparing for a large deployment, or they were going to be seeing a unit returning. And these were mental health professionals. The program still exists, so I shouldn't talk about it in the past. But these professionals would go to the installation, and they would just be available. They'd sit in Starbucks, they'd be out in the community. And so it was sort of an opportunity to make a skilled professional available, so that someone could talk to them and didn't feel stigmatized, didn't feel like they had to make an appointment. And they could just look up, see them, and then maybe go over and talk with them. And the program works very well. And we'd like to see more. We'd prefer to see more military spouses be hired as military family life counselors, because they have the cultural competency. But they have also have child and youth behavioral health specialists, and there's definitely not enough of those. And we utilize them with our Operation Purple camps. And our family retreats, MFLEX attend, so that they can be there for the kids as well. But it's a wildly successful program, and I think that that's maybe a lesson learned, that maybe communities who may be seeing a higher rate of mental health challenges with their residents could deploy. I mean, it's easier when you're dealing with the Department of Defense, but could deploy something similar that. It's just making sure that somebody may be there when somebody might need them in that moment, I think would be very helpful.
Yeah, that's a great example. And they're literally meeting people where they are.
Yep, exactly.
So you really can't ask for more. That's really awesome. Thank you for sharing that. Trish, did you want to share?
Well, I can't speak from the military angle, but I can from civilian. And it's interesting to note that the stigma exists everywhere, especially with young people. They're just, I'm not going to go talk to the counselor. Someone might see me. And it was easier during COVID, because they could get the appointments online. if they could get the appointments. So that was one of the problems. There was a shortage of mental health professionals because the need skyrocketed and the demand, it wasn't there. So I guess going back to the kids going back in person and meeting them where they are, it's on the mental health professionals in the schools now to take control and to advocate on behalf of their students and themselves. We need more resources. We need more money in the budget. We need more of us. The latest film that we're releasing also in October, which addresses teen suicide prevention and postvention, coincidentally, piggybacking on Cheryl's welcome remarks. We filmed in a high school in Los Angeles and did the script and the film. We had it reviewed by school counselors prior to filming because we wanted their input. And this high school is just amazing. They have 16 counselors for a student body. It's a large student body, 2,000 kids, but 16 counselors. And how do they get them? They fundraise themselves for this. They don't have the budget. It's a public school, Los Angeles Unified School District. They said, our kids need this. We're going to fundraise for it. And anyway, I've gone off track. But the first line of defense for teens and young people is going to be the schools.
Well, and I mentioned, Tom mentioned as well, the child and youth behavioral specialists. Many of them are located in schools.
Okay, good.
Again, meeting, the people where they are.
Schools and, let me add, in the home. So they need to start discussing the mental health at home, and it needs to be a comfortable dinner table conversation. No stiff upper lip anymore. That just doesn't work.
No.
Yep. I love that story, especially about the school in California, because it sounds like the community really believes in them and they're really backing the
They're
student counselors, and that's really crucial. And what a great opportunity for the students who go there. That's really awesome. Great. Thank you for sharing that. Our next question is, what should families and parents be doing differently? Sort of to segue off of what you were talking about in the home, stigma is still a problem, and I guess with the stiff upper lip, we don't want that is so true. We really have an open dialogue with your teenagers. I have 2 teenagers. Actually, my son just turned 13, so 3 teenagers now. And so I can very much appreciate.
Sorry.
No, it's okay. Yeah, they're great though. They keep you on your toes, and learning a lot. So, so how do you think we can address the issue with our children? How do you think we could make mental health just a part of, health, or part of daily conversation? I can give one example that I've done with my kids is I would always ask them most days how lunch was, and who did you sit by at lunch? Because then basically for their entire time, because it just gave me an insight into how they were doing, and how. Because lunch is really an important time for kids in school, and it really does. If you follow the information over time, you really can get patterns, and it can help you check in on your child. So that's just one example that I do. But Tom, I'll start with you, if that's okay.
So a couple of things. One is speaking specifically for active military. I mean, there is still huge stigma issues. I think the general public is way above and way ahead of the military in thinking about mental health issues, though they're trying, the military is. And one of the concerns about seeking help is not only just this sort of feeling like it's a weakness and feeling like you should be able to power through it, but also that service members are concerned that their commander is going to find out about it, and then their career is going to suffer. And it's a real concern that people have. And it's not only about themselves seeking help, it's also about their family members seeking help. If their child has a problem, they're a little concerned about their child seeking help because that could affect their career because they might end up in the exceptional family member program, which would limit their ability to move from station to station, even though the exceptional family member program is set up to explicitly allow the service members or to move up in their career, even though they're not moving from station to station. So it's part of the rules of the program, the regulations. But there's still this concern. So one thing that the non-medical counseling, the military family life counselors, and also Military One Source, if you call them, they can connect you with a counselor in the community, is they're confidential. So they don't keep records, which is a little odd because you're used to you're going to a counselor and then writing down things you say and things like that. They don't write down anything you say. They don't keep records of who they saw, what they talked about, or anything like that, so that a commander couldn't come to them and say, I want to know about, Sergeant X, what did he come talk to you about? They don't have any records to tell them, to give them, for example. So confidentiality, I think there is some movement in the military to making even sort of more clinical level counseling confidential as well, because the inflex and the non-medical counseling is literally non-medical. It's not for clinically diagnosable conditions like depression or suicidality. It's supposed to be just like a prevention program. So it's more sort of like you're having anger management issues, or you're having family conflict, or you're having sort of issues with a boss or a coworker or whatever, or if you're a kid, if you're having issues with other kids in your school, or like your relationship breaking up and things like that. It's for that level of problem to help mentor and counselor adults and children, but not for if someone's diagnosed with depression, for example, suicidality, that goes to the medical system. So that's one thing. And the other thing I just want to get on a little bit of a soapbox about, which is the concept of resiliency, which is really pushed a lot in the military world. And I think it's often, it's sometimes measured as this internal construct. Like, I am a resilient person. I can power through. I can, stiff upper lip, all that, right? This is something about me as a person, and that's great. And that is part of it, but it's not everything that resiliency is. Resiliency is also, and I really want to stress this, because we often say that military children are resilient and they sometimes need help. But actually, military children are resilient sometimes because they know when to seek help. And seeking help is part of resiliency. I mean, I try to tell as many people as I can this. Being resilient, being able to bounce back from traumas or bad situations, part of that is knowing when to seek help, knowing you have an issue, and knowing that getting help will help you bounce back from that. So I just want to emphasize that is a way to build mental health into something that's the culture of the military already, which is about resiliency, making it more like this is a part of being resilient.
That's really great. It's so true and very important. Yeah. I really am glad you mentioned that. I do think that looking at nature, and if you think about humans, I mean, in general, just the fact that we are sleep every night, I mean, that just demonstrates that we need rest, and we also need to take care of ourselves. And I really am glad you mentioned that. Thank you. Kelly, did you want to add?
Sure. So we found in our survey that, we asked kids if they had sought mental health within the past 12 months, and 25% said yes. They had sought it and they had received it, which is actually very positive. But for many others, the help they needed was out of reach. So 1 in 10 respondents reported needing care, but they didn't get it because they didn't ask their parents for help. So I think that goes to some of that communication and the stigma attached to it. Also, 5% of the teens' parents or guardians were unable to find a mental health provider or healthcare provider, which in the fiscal year 21 National Defense Authorization Act, a pilot was created to help with scheduling of mental health and behavioral health providers. That the military is not unlike the civilian community where it is very difficult to find qualified providers. So, but then finally 4% of teens reported that although they needed mental health or behavioral health care, their parents or guardians were unwilling to connect them with the care that they needed, which is, again, it goes to, I think, that stigma. And it doesn't help that there were reports several years ago, and the services are still working through it. It's an issue with the Army and the Air Force. But as if you had military-connected children who were interested in serving in the military, when they went to do their physicals and their evaluations, that mental health was popping up on their records, and because they were military connected kids, the services have access to their medical records, and so they may have sought grief counseling because their parent was killed, but that was coded as depression, and there wasn't any analysis. Nobody was looking to see what the issue was, and so they were being denied entrance into the military. And so, we understand that processes exist, but they need to be more forthcoming about what the waiver process is, because there are some of those coding issues. And now, we recently had a conversation with the Air Force, and they said that they have approved 50% more waivers this year than they did the previous year. And that's wonderful. That seems to be improving. They're also experiencing a recruiting crisis. So if we didn't have the recruiting crisis, would they be doing that? I think is one of the questions that we need to be asking, because military kids have shown a propensity to serve, and you can't be telling families we want and need you to seek mental health counseling. It's a sign of strength. It's a sign of resilience, but then penalize them when they do. It's a double, mixed message.
I do have a military story, actually, as a civilian. My daughter is a fourth-year med student, and her dream when she was in college was to go into the military. And she was accepted to USIS, which is the military med school here. And I said, how's this going to work? You are clinically depressed, and she was diagnosed after her brother died, and has been in treatment and is doing very well. I said, they're not going to let you in. She's like, well, why do I have to tell them? I said, because you do. And it's part of the deal. And, her psychiatrist said the same thing. She's like, yeah, no, you're not going to use this. You can't. And it's, again, it's such a stigma. I remember when my boys were little boys and they were diagnosed with learning differences, ADHD, the older one was dyslexic, and then depression as they got a little older, and anxiety. And the pediatrician said to me, don't tell anybody. You keep that to yourself. That's how we...
Stigma.
Oh, I'm really sorry that happened.
Yeah. I mean, we're going back 20 years now, and things have changed. I don't think
No,
no pediatrician would say that today.
No, I'm so
But
sorry
in the
that happened.
military,
Yeah.
there's still that stigma. You can't say I need help because I don't know.
Now, I again, to the credit, I think our senior leaders are speaking out more, and I want to get this right, so I'm going to find the exact quote. But last week, Secretary of Defense Austin was talking about suicide prevention and mental health. And again, I want to make sure I get his quote right. He said, mental health is health, period. And that's the attitude that we need to drag into our organizations. And he's correct. And that's the message. We heard it earlier. That's the message that we really need to be driving home. No different than physical health. They are synonymous. And we need to make sure that,
And where does that start?
It starts from our senior leaders,
Yeah.
but I think that, you know, you need to make sure that you have those trust mechanisms in place. You know, the issue with military kids and their mental health records really set us back. It really, really set us back, and we heard from dozens of families who were very upset. One, their children wanted to join the military, but again, they were concerned about the mixed message. And so, and you know, I think that's just, we just need to continue. And I love the message, what you said, that our kids are resilient because they know how to ask for help.
Yeah.
I think that we need to be talking more about that as well.
I really love that quote because that's hope, right? I mean, that's, if from the top they're saying, recognizing that how important it is to change the way we think about mental health is crucial. And so that's a really nice quote, and I hope that that really demonstrates how society is changing, and that we won't have to worry about the stigma as much and at all. I mean, it would be great if it was just, it would be very relieving. And so that's great. Thank you for sharing that. We have one last question. How are we for time?
I think we can do one last question.
Oh, okay. 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 So if you could change one aspect of how we approach youth and adolescent mental health, what would that be? And if you could give maybe one example, a call to action, that would be great, because I think that's why we're here. We are trying to build off of everything that we've talked about and hopefully begin the dialogue and start really moving forward. So if you have any ideas about one intervention, that would be great. I don't know who wants to go first.
I'll go first. I think talking about it was wonderful hearing Cheryl talk about her story earlier. I think that we just all need to become more comfortable talking about mental health. From a policy perspective, at least for the military, I think we'd like to see co-pays cut for mental health and behavioral health visits. We feel that that's a barrier for some families, that those co-pays are too high.
Yeah, they are in the civilian world too.
Yes.
Yes.
Way
Yes.
too high.
If you can get insurance to cover it even.
Yeah.
And it's really hard. I wanted to touch on, when I asked you, Kelly, where does it start? I didn't mean from I know you were talking about the top, of course, but then where does it start? So is it going to be, are they going to teach it? I mean, when someone enters the military, are they going to be cared for? Is their mental health going to be cared for? Right?
Yeah, no, that's
Okay.
true.
Awesome.
And you've got to highlight that.
Yeah.
As much as you can. And again, I think the recruiting question, it goes to that.
Did you want to add?
But it starts in the home and it starts in school. Listen to your kids. I loved the question you ask your boys, who did you sit by at lunch? You can't just ask, how was your day? Fine.
Right.
That's the
true.
answer.
Yeah. And then it just gives you an insight into who they're spending their time with, and if there's a big change, then you know
Yeah.
there's something new. So then you get more questions going. So, yeah, Tom, did you want to add?
Sure. So I think I would say working at RAND and knowing the military, it's about metrics sometimes, and RAND is into metrics big time, sometimes a little too much. And I think that being able to seek help and find help should be a metric that the military uses to measure whether they have a resilient force or not. So they're really all about having a ready and resilient force. Well, being able to find help is part of that, right? So if you have a segment of your population, not just service members, but family members, children as well, who aren't able to find help, then you don't have a resilient force. And you should keep track of that in metrics and be able to say you're doing better at it, not just talk about it necessarily.
That's great. And I think that's perhaps one silver lining of the pandemic is the really large increase in the number of people using telemedicine, which enabled a lot better access for many. And I hope that continues. I do think that metric is really important because I guess in medicine also, I'm not a surgeon, I'm a pediatrician, but when I was in medical school, they talked about on my surgical rotation, they said, oh, if you have all your appendices that you take out for surgery, if they're all abnormal, that means you didn't do enough, right? Because really, so if you don't actually have enough if people seeking care, like the metric you were talking about for the military, they should really track that because it could be very informative on really the resilience of the force. So I think that's a really great idea. And I guess right now, I guess I can open it up for questions, if there's any questions in the audience.
Thank you. When you ask a question, please announce yourself.
I always like asking the first question. So, with all your collective expertise, what is the one thing we should change in how we think about children accessing care? What would you want to change if you were in charge for the day? What would you change? What was the one thing you would change?
I would try to normalize it, so that asking for help is normal and acceptable.
For me, I love the idea of having therapists or counselors in the community, for example, at Starbucks or somewhere, very accessible and with anonymous, and also like sort of in school how you have office hours where you don't even need an appointment, or maybe it's an appointment, but it's really meeting them where they are and being flexible. I think that would be great.
Yeah, I like the idea of like not having to go see the counselor, which, in front of everybody else necessarily, but have the person there who's with you, who's like there that you can talk to when you have a spare moment or something. Just tell them what's going on with you, and they can sort of help you with those.
I would agree with all just normalize it and make it accessible.
Yeah, I think that's important.
We have time for another question.
I don't have a question per se, but I just really want to thank you all for the good and very important work that you're doing. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I'm Nick Turk. I work at the British Embassy to support the military families. When you've been working with the families and children in terms of accessing mental health, have you noticed any demographic splits, or is it being accessed equally, or are some groups more open to accessing services than others? Thank you.
Great question.
I'm not exactly sure. Like, we have demographic information based on like how many of our respondents were enlisted, how many were officers, all the other information. But I'm not exactly sure if that's what you're asking, or I don't. It's one thing. I don't think that they really collect that information.
Well, when you're thinking about communities outside of the military, I think a lot of the literature reports people with lower socioeconomic status are unfortunately less likely to access, because they don't have access, whether it's a ride, transportation, even getting access to the phone number to call. And so I think that there's a big difference in, at least what I've seen as a pediatrician in the hospital, I take care of children once they've been admitted to the hospital, and so those are the groups of people that I see in my practice. But anyone else want to add?
I know there are still racial and ethnic disparities in help seeking, and that's just a factor of American life still. The military itself is very diverse, which is interesting to think about that the services are available to African Americans, Latino Americans who are in the service that aren't necessarily available to civilians and easier to access. And in some ways, the military could serve as a model, I think, for civilians in that way.
That's true. Yeah, that was a really great question. Thank you very much for asking.
All right, well, thank you very much, and I want to thank our first panel on improving mental well-being for children and families. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I'm going to ask if you all would just come up for a photograph.
Sure, sure.
Okay, we'll get the mics off. Yep.
Yeah, I'm gonna.
Look at that mic fixed. Usually it's not, so I know. If I were to go over here for the photograph, so we're going to do a middle. And move our chair.
All right, if everyone could just join with me in thanking our first panel again. You know, one of the reasons that I love what I do is because I get to be part of innovative solutions. And I'm proud to say that my Army is an innovative organization. And one of the things that I learned as I was speaking with one of the Sergeant Majors of Special Operations was about an innovative program that they introduced with mindfulness training. And I personally, as I talked about when I first started introducing people, I'm from a generation that didn't talk about their feelings much. So mindfulness training for me was something new. And what I learned, and this is what the turning point for me was, I learned that mindfulness training actually improved physical fitness scores by 25 to 50% in some cases, which I found astounding, which now shifts the thought process of mental health and mental wellness to performance health. So I think that's critically important. What you're going to hear from our next panel is how some of this innovation in mental health treatment can improve physical well-being as well. So our moderator today, United States Navy Corps Lieutenant Commander Dr. Kimberly Albro. She's the lead health program analysis at MITRE Labs. She's from the University of Virginia School of Medicine, where she had a research program. She was a research program director in the Department of Psychiatry and Neurobehavioral Sciences. To her left, we have Dr. Brian Marks. He's a professor of psychiatry at Boston University School of Medicine and the deputy director of the Behavioral Science Division at the National Center for PTSD at VA Boston Health Systems. He is an expert in assessing the treatment of post-traumatic stress disorder. Directly across from him is Dr. David Krause. David's the president and chief scientific officer of Outcomes Referrals. He's a preeminent scholar on behavioral health assessments, and he's been awarded 2 US patents and has publications in several peer-reviewed medical journals. And finally, it's my honor to introduce my colleague and very close friend, Dr. Renata Gomes. She comes to us from the United Kingdom, where she's based out of London. She's a forensic specialist with a subspecialty in regenerative biomedicine. Renata is a visiting professor of Veterans Health and Biomedical Research from Northumbria University. She's trained at Oxford and the School of London Economics. Please welcome our first panel.
Thanks, Lou. There's been a lot of attention paid to improving how communities approach mental health care, including better understanding the root causes associated with trauma and improving how we connect people with the right kind of care. Could each of you share your work in mental health? Brian, we'll start with you.
Well, first of all, thanks for having me here. It's a pleasure to be with this group and have this discussion. And also just say before I begin that I'm speaking on my own behalf. My views and opinions don't represent the VA or the United States government. But I am a clinical psychologist. I work at VA Boston Healthcare System. I'm also a researcher at the National Center for PTSD, which is a multi-site consortium. And we do a lot of different work from bench to bedside, so to say, with respect to understanding the causes of PTSD and developing various treatments for it for the purposes of helping our veterans who are served by VA.
David, I'd like to hear from you.
Sure. I'm David Krause. I'm a clinical psychologist. More than 30 years ago, I was working as a assistant professor of child psychiatry at UMass Medical School, working with the most traumatized children in Massachusetts. Since then, with funding from the National Institutes of Health, the Patient-Centered Outcome Research Institute, and foundations like the Duke Endowment and the Annie Casey Foundation, we've created targeted treatment testing for behavioral health. We can predict who will benefit from care. We can predict where they will most likely benefit the most. For example, a partial hospitalization program versus an inpatient program. And also from whom will they benefit the most from. And that's what I'm delighted to share with you more today, which is that virtually every clinician like myself has areas where they are exceptional and deliver reliable outcomes that are well above kind of national averages, and also areas where we're reliably harmful. So for example, for myself, I'm reliably harmful at treating substance abuse. I'm very good at treating complex trauma. And if we figure out how to deploy those, we can get remarkably better outcomes for a population.
It's like precision medicine for therapy and
Exactly.
mental health. That's great. Renata, tell us about you.
Hi, first of all, thank you for having me back into the United States. It's really great to have our continuous development and work across the pond, because it's obviously through sharing and collaboration that actually medical innovation happens. As for my background, I'm actually really focused on resolving problems, but before resolving the problems, reverse engineer them. And this is how we have a holistic strategy in terms of medical and physical health that we do not detach. We work with veterans living with disability and impairments. So we're starting off from a point of difficulty, complex trauma, physical, mental comorbidity, and trying to reverse engineer the problems. We then end up using some of those strategies for human augmentation, for well-being. So those are the areas that's quite complex, and this is why we work all together.
Renata, I don't know if you know this, but as a Navy nurse, I deployed to Afghanistan and worked alongside my friends in the UK who were there. We all took care of coalition forces. And in my very first years in the military, I took care of a lot of wounded warriors. And one thing that I noticed was the amount of attention paid to the family members while patients were in the hospital, and building those supports in while patients were recovering from their initial injuries. And I'm interested to hear about how those kinds of community supports, where they don't exist in smaller communities or once people go back home, how you build resilience for family members and those patients that end up back home in their home community and not surrounded by other service members.
And that is a very important point. So we actually work with veterans, active duty personnel and their families. And of course, the definition of a family varies from a nuclear family to their next of kin, their parent, and so on. For those living with difficulty, impairments, be that mental or physical health, the rehabilitation or their well-being is a continuous ongoing process. And your local community, your environment over there is actually what is going to be the most important. Camp Bastion has kept you alive, but back home you need all of these systems that surrounds you. As you will know, in the United Kingdom, unfortunately we do not have a VA system, so there is this enormous transition from military care into civilian health care. And that is where the community, your local providers, your local net and support network, that it is really the big difference between just surviving or having good outcomes, and how you're constantly adjusting the services.
And I'm interested to hear from each of you as well about what do you see as needing to change in the overall approach, leveraging innovation, using new techniques, methods, and technology to really improve how we're able to deliver healthcare to veterans. David, I'll start with you.
Sure, I can think of a lot of things that need to change, but I think the highest thing I would put at the list is understanding that behavioral health is powerful and can be harmful. And in the wrong hands with the wrong person, like for example, if you hand me a substance abuse client or a family that has a propensity for substance abuse, it's not going to be a good outcome no matter how well-intentioned I am. We think that talking, it's a talk therapy, how can that be harmful? And I think that devalues the service that we're delivering. It is powerful, the data shows that it can be powerful, but at the same time, it can be harmful in the same way that parents can be harmful to their kids with physical and verbal abuse. And so that we need to be mindful, and every one of us as a clinician, instead of guessing what we think we're good at, we need to use data to prove it. Because our research shows that the correlation between what we think we're good at and what we're actually good at is so poor it's not useful in making assignments of who should see whom. And so it really needs to be data driven.
And how does that translate? How do we keep people from claiming to have a skill set that the data has shown them not to have, to say that they're good at substance use disorder treatment?
So for example, in the randomized clinical trial that JAMA just published this last year, we went to the Cleveland Clinic. We went to their primary referral pathway out into the community, and we transformed it almost overnight into something that was, hey, I'm a clinician, I think I'm great at treating depression, give me depressed patients. That was the control group. And those patients ended care on average debilitated. A little bit improved, but still clinically with lots of problems. Doing it empirically, we were able to have the average patient in care healthier than the general population and maintain those gains for more than a year. And so that data fed back to primary care, fed back to the clinicians. The exit interviews from patients and the clinicians themselves was, why wouldn't I want this to be data driven?
Yeah. And I can tell you as a family nurse practitioner, that would be invaluable to me to know that, to have an idea of what a patient needs and be able to send them to a mental health provider who will really help them along their journey of healing and recovery.
Exactly, and just real quick to add to that, if I'm a small group of clinicians and the four of us are figuring out who should see whom, of course I want Renata to see the patients who I'm not great at treating and vice versa. It's a win-win for both the clinician and the patient.
Absolutely. And Renata, you mentioned some of the innovation that goes on with your work with Bravo Victor. Can you speak a little bit more to how we can help to improve veterans' healthcare using some of that innovation?
Yeah, so actually, I really agree when you're talking about being data-driven, because that's quite important. We live in a world where stories are very powerful, and that is, of course, part of much of the therapy. But when to making decisions, and decisions that or referrals that can really change someone's life, the data is quite important. And some of the works we do is a lot of reverse engineering very, very complex cases of wounded, injured, and sick. And through that, what we're finding is a lot of missing data, issues with quality of data. And I wish everyone could push for randomized controlled trials, so thank you for that publication on JAMA. And it is very important to understand not only what you are good at, but I think more important, like you said again, what you are not good at. And when we do these analyses, we also then start understanding that some of our wounded, sick, and injured and their families, because you cannot think of the veteran. We say no man is an island, no veteran or no service person is on its own. You've got a family around. We start understanding what the issues and the gaps, also in the support network and in military and veterans' health is. As we work hard to put measures in place, some of it can be behavioral measures. Some of it, one of our biggest battles at the moment is to make every veteran, every service person to understand, and I say this myself often, think about mental health counseling or mental health well-being. Go and speak to someone a bit like, I like to have a manicure once a month. Please just think of it, you're going for a manicure. For the gentleman, I have to say something else. I don't know, you're going for a haircut or something like that. And as we are improving their outcomes, then active duty personnel is looking into how to use this for, the term is called human augmentation and performance enhancement. But actually what that really means, and it's an unfortunate term these days, is that we're trying to really mentally stabilize all of these people. And through that stability, they are seeing increases in physical performance, and the bettering of physical performance often goes hand in hand with better mental health status, and it just keeps pushing itself up. So some of the measures are very simple, from behavioral recommendations, withdrawal from medication that's perhaps not required, and others, actually we find out is a small orthopedic problem and we refer to someone else.
It's great to hear the thought process being take care of your brain, your mental health, your well-being the same way you take care of your body and your physical health and well-being. A really important point that I know is becoming increasingly the narrative. Brian, can you tell us a little bit about your work in the VA?
Yeah, absolutely. We have done a lot of work in the development of new treatments for PTSD and other disorders that are related to trauma exposure. We recently just completed the largest randomized controlled trial of the two gold standard psychotherapies for PTSD, cognitive processing therapy and prolonged exposure, to compare with one another, to see which of these two treatments might be better or are they equivalent and whatnot. Essentially, we found that they did fairly similar in terms of the veterans that were randomly assigned to each condition, but we're right now in the process of looking at the predictors of treatment outcome for these two particular treatments. And I was glad to hear you bring up that different therapists are good at different things. I think that that's a really important point. When we see a treatment failure, what we tend to immediately assume is that it's the fault of the patient or it's something along those lines. But the fact of the matter is we need to do a better job of figuring out which treatments are best for whom and delivered best by whom. VA has spent a lot of time and a lot of resources rolling out these therapies, and a lot of treatment providers are trained to provide these treatments, but the fact of the matter is that they're overwhelmed with their caseloads, and oftentimes don't even administer these treatments because they are just underwater. So we need to do a better job of understanding who benefits from what treatment the most, and that is in fact one of the new initiatives of the National Center for PTSD, is to try and understand from a precision medicine perspective, how do we make those assignments, which therapies work best for whom, which treatment care providers are going to be the most efficient and adept at providing these various treatments that we have. And so that is, I think, really the future of where the field will be going, in addition to a number of different technologies that can aid and serve as adjuncts to these treatments that we already have available.
Can I just piggyback on that? Because outside of the VA, multiple studies have shown that only about 40% of patients benefit meaningfully from behavioral health. And that's because of this mismatch issue that Dr. Marks is talking about. And so if we can figure out how to solve the problems that he's addressing, that number can probably be upwards of 90%.
And what I'll say to that is that in this study, even though we did find that many patients did improve in both of these treatment conditions, roughly half of the veterans who were in the study still had PTSD by the end, right? And so it works, these treatments do work, but they don't work the same for everyone. And so we need to do a better job of understanding why that is and how do we augment these treatments in order to have them work better for those who receive them.
That brings back to the point of being data-driven, because like you said, you can have temporal improvements, but sometimes we live in a society that if someone has post-traumatic stress disorder, clinical depression, etc., there is this expectation that I go to treatment and it gets removed. It may be that you are going to have a continuum of difficulties.
That's right.
Sometimes better or worse, and even when one of the diagnoses may be, maybe discharged from that diagnosis, something else will come along because life happens, and it's not necessarily just because you've seen combat. It can be anything really, and actually, as a nurse, you probably understand this better than anyone. One of the main causes of significant psychological trauma, at least in Europe, tends to be childbirth. So, it's all of this, and you need the data, the constant referrals, and this inter and multidisciplinary approach. I would say a few years back, you probably wouldn't see people like ourselves in a panel together, and now we heavily rely on each other. Is a top, bottom, and side, whatever approach you want to have, and yes, and the data is quite important. It's not that numbers are everything, but they are quite something.
Yes.
Yeah. And I think as more veterans are seeking care potentially outside of the VA, it's essential that those civilian therapists like myself understand the unique differences that those that are veterans, first responders that are dealing with, for example, having to put on that mental body armor is very different than many other walks of life and folks. I think those of us that deal with childhood trauma are good at helping people take off that body armor, not good at figuring out how to put it back on and understanding the value of that.
And Renata, you bring up childbirth. I have 4 little ones myself, and I just remember preparing to give birth for a 3rd and 4th time and saying to my OB provider, I had a hard time after my last child was born. I would like to talk to someone, and I would talk to someone who was ready to help me to manage postpartum anxiety and postpartum depression, but was a little overwhelmed by the fact that part of what I'm worried about is that I've seen really bad things happen to really small people in combat. And I think that shock that I caused in my mental health provider, I drew back and decided I was a bit too much for this person and didn't continue with some of the talk therapy that might have been helpful. And I think that awareness, and even in places like obstetrics, you wouldn't necessarily think about needing to deal with combat stress as a precursor to what might become, a condition following childbirth.
Yeah, I think these are all really important points, and what you're saying here reminds me of, I think there's something really important that I think we're all touching upon here is when it comes to dealing with trauma and its aftermath in therapy, not only can that be challenging for the patient, but it's also oftentimes very challenging for the healthcare provider, especially those who are not trained and don't have a lot of experience doing so. It causes a lot of anxiety, a lot of reluctance, a lot of concern that if I bring this up, if I talk about it, then it's going to upset the patient, and how am I going to deal with that? And I don't want to have a patient in my office who's crying and really distressed, and maybe I cause a suicidal crisis here, and so on and so forth. But the fact of the matter is that we know that these treatments that work best for dealing with the after effects of trauma actually, the whole point is to actually confront the trauma head on, which is easier said than done, certainly. But we know that that's really what needs to happen.
And if your provider is afraid of what you want to disclose,
correct.
To me, from my standpoint, thinking of harm, that's how subtle harm starts. And if that wedge divides, and that's why you're there and what you want to talk about, and your provider can't handle it, well, then what's therapy for?
And I remember being asked, have you been to the VA? And I live in Central Virginia, and the closest VA at the time, we have a clinic there now, but was in Richmond. And I was like, no, I have a full-time job and 2 other kids. I'm here now.
So I think that brings another point with the experience you shared of how, possibly combat trauma rehabilitation or support would have been quite useful, but you weren't in a combat situation, but however it was quite traumatic, childbirth. And you touched a lot on these points about the different backgrounds, and it makes me think about the cultural differences, which makes the matching even more important. I mean, yes, I'm an ethnic minority British female, but I come from Britain, where we have I don't know if it's fortunate or unfortunate, stiff upper lip, right? And that itself, just understanding that that's our baseline of the smile and wave, and I feel sorry for the clinical psychologists that need to get through us So that's just understanding, a little bit like we were talking about removing the body armor from the children. But then that body armor needs to go back on, and it's not easy, is it?
Right, especially if they're going back to a family where a trauma might be continuing.
Correct.
Right, and we've learned that certain therapies that we thought were wonderful, like critical incidents debriefing after a plane crash, are reliably harmful and shouldn't be done because we're asking people to take off that body armor the second after a trauma, which is just a disaster.
Right.
It's interesting that you mentioned the stiff upper lip. When I first arrived at Camp Bastion and spent my first shift in the trauma bay with service members from all branches and from the UK, several of my colleagues said, "You should see how calm the Brits are."
Oh yeah.
Watch how they react when we are in the midst of a trauma situation, because it was very controlled chaos of sorts, but everyone had a role to play. Everyone knew that role. And as I was first starting an IV on a very burned little child and not ready for the trauma that I was seeing, I was ready to see people who were in uniform and lose a limb because they had been on foot patrol. I was aware of that. I wasn't emotionally prepared to see some of the other trauma. And I just remember being told by one of the senior people there, you need to find a place in your brain that your heart can't reach and put all this in there. And then you can deal with it when you get home. But right now we need you here and we need you focused. And I did that. And I totally plan to open up that place in my brain at some point, but it's a hard thing to do when you do lock it away and leave it behind or try to get on with normal life. And I think that increasingly, because so many of us, while we were serving, and I'm a Navy nurse, I mean, I am a touchy-feely carry person, never mind our special operator and Marine Corps counterparts who see and do very different things in very traumatic situations and don't debrief among themselves necessarily, and then sometimes don't disclose or seek the care that they want or they may need when they get home. So I think it's so important that all mental health providers, especially in the civilian side, are aware of how veterans present, and that there is some digging that might need to be done, and a safe space to open up that part of my brain that my heart needs to reach now as a mom of 4.
Well,
Right.
I'm not a clinical psychologist, but what you're describing, and what concerns me a lot with works and associations with specialized operatives, is normalization. And you were ready to go back home and open your box and share that, but there is this big problem with is you normalize certain situations, and some people don't even recognize they were not prepared for that because they normalized. I mean, I bet you met many of the British soldiers, and the worse they were wounded, they would have been drinking tea, making dark jokes about their own situations, and trying to make you laugh, and just say to you for Queen and Country and smile and wave. And we know culturally that means you have a lot of work to do with that person and their family. So it is the normalizing behavior and also the social expectations. We were very unfortunate that some campaign or saying caught on the press in the United Kingdom about veterans being mad, sad and bad. Oh my gosh. And now can you imagine the impact on that? And not actually, because we don't have a VA. So it's actually the veteran, him or herself, and their families that have to reach out and say, help me, or say, can I use your service? So it's a self-referral, ranging from physical to mental health. So there is this, it's rather complex.
And even though we do have a VA healthcare system in this country, what you're describing is still very similar in the sense that there are services in the military that try to assist the transition from military to civilian life. We know that that transitory period is very challenging and potentially risky for service members. But not everyone who makes that transition actually finds their way to the VA. And you know, what you described in terms of your experience is a lot of what we see, where folks have come in, they have put things away, they haven't thought about it, they haven't, in a long time, they haven't talked about their experiences with anyone, and they're afraid about what might happen when they finally let go and start that process. And it's very, very scary for people, and we get that, we understand. Fortunately, I feel, you know, like I'm in a good place where people are generally trained well to deal with that and help veterans to begin that process of healing. Although, again, there are challenges for lots of different folks along that continuum of care. Outside of VA, it can be, I think, even more of you know, variable in terms of the care that folks receive and their understanding of what might be needed, and the reticence they might have about, you know, sitting with someone as they're opening up for the very first time and talking, frankly, about really, really tough things.
And are the services that you talk about through the VA, are those available through telehealth? Are you seeing patients virtually?
Yeah, so VA has been at the forefront of telemedicine for a very long time. And so much so that when the pandemic hit, that they seamlessly transitioned over to doing these teletherapy sessions for virtually all of our patients. Now, I think it remains to be seen whether or not those teletherapy sessions are just as effective as in person. Of course, different things work for different people. Some people might want to sit in person with a therapist and do it that way, whereas for other people, sitting in their home behind a camera at a computer, that may work just as well. But yeah, we have been able to make that transition quite well. And there are many patients, even though now we've sort of come out of the pandemic, so to say, there's still a lot of our patients who still choose to see their providers remotely.
Mm-hmm. That's great to hear.
Mm-hmm.
Renata, you talked about the experiences of service members in the UK coming home, and that while there's not a VA health system, within your national health system, there are people who serve. You yourself are a reservist, is that correct?
Yes. Well, and being a reservist has a little bit of a different definition back in the United Kingdom. But yeah, so what tends to happen is because there isn't a VA system, many of the medical providers from the military are integrated into the national health system. And that is obviously when they are not deployed, they are keeping their skills up. And they actually are a vital resource for emergency medicine and trauma medicine, especially, you know, unfortunately recently we had the Manchester bombings. The Military Trauma 1 Centre, which is in a civilian hospital, was the location to send all these patients because of that experience. The part of the trauma and the immediate emergency care is fairly well integrated. You have the military personnel working within the civilian hospitals, and you have a pathway. What is always the biggest concern is if you think of the hospital as the emergency survival unit, is what happens afterwards. Because in terms of psychological and psychiatric admissions, that's an emergency admission into hospital by A, B, C, or D. But when you pass that crisis time, if you've ever been in that crisis time, what happens when you go home? And this is ways quite different. A lot of not-for-profit organizations that have been in existence for over 100 years, they are your specialized clinics for veterans' mental health, for veterans' prosthetics. So it's slightly different. They are also clinically regulated and so on. Just this different culture. Whether this functions better or not is to be seen, and I would welcome some data and investigation in it. And that could be because these not-for-profit institutions, some veterans and their families feel more comfortable disclosing certain things. What is quite important is that these institutions have the lived experience, the understanding of what it is to be a military spouse, a war baby, all of these things, but you don't always have the national coverage. And this is what it is. There are, the system is not perfect. There are many challenges, and I just wonder if you have those community regional challenges within the VA.
We absolutely do. There is a saying, and that saying is, if you've seen one VA, you've seen one VA, right? I think the VA has a terrible public relations problem. And it reminds me of, I don't know if any of you have ever watched the show The Simpsons, but there's an episode where Grandpa Simpson goes, because he's a war veteran, he goes to the VA hospital, and there's a sign outside of the VA hospital that says, VA hospital, making the war your second worst experience, which is funny on one hand, but I think it really shows, it demonstrates how the public views VA. And to be fair, VA has had its challenges, like anything else. But those challenges gets elevated because it's a federal agency and so on. I am fortunate enough that I work in Boston at VA Boston, which is one of the premier hospitals in the country, let alone the VA system. But I am very well aware that that sort of level of care and excellence does not exist uniformly across the VA system. It is heterogeneous in that regard. So whether you go, if you go to one place and receive care at one VA, the quality may be different than if you are seen at a different VA hospital. So that is something clearly that needs to be addressed.
I know in my community where there's not a large VA, we are increasingly finding a veteran presence, mostly because we will put the Eagle Globe and Anchor sticker on the back of the car, and you make a lot of friends doing that with other people who have served or who are Marine wives or proud parents of Marines. And I think that community building outside of, proper mental health care as delivered by a clinician is a big part of what has helped my husband and I to feel like we have a community off base like we had when we were serving.
I mean, I think that, belonging is quite important because we've heard about mindfulness and the well-being and all being connected. And just going back to the community makes me think of what you just described about the heterogeneous nature of providing care within the VA. I think we would like, obviously, the care to be quite homogeneous in terms of its level of excellence. And of course, we do understand there will be centers of excellence for A, B, and C, subspecialties, etc. But still, we're trying to, be homogeneous in the level and standard of care to understand that every veteran, every Marine, every family is heterogeneous. And going back to your personalized and specialized, individualized approach to one's well-being and care, it's not easy, I know, right?
No, keep going.
So it's just, I don't know what the answer is, but homogeneous in terms of standards of care, understanding that sometimes you may have to go to Boston for combat trauma, but understanding that Kimberly's family is, there is no twin family to that, and then there is your community as well. So it's holistic, right?
Yeah, I mean, from my perspective, diversity is wonderful because it's an opportunity to learn. So if we were all standardized on one thing, the ability to improve on that is more difficult. The learning across the pond of how we're different, tying this to the first panel around disclosure, there are times where the way I can relate to it is I'm a pilot. You cannot hold a medical and have a behavioral health issue. And so, for example, for my uncle, who was a pilot for TWA, his depression had to go untreated, which is the exact opposite thing you want to have potentially a depressed suicidal pilot flying you commercial somewhere, right? It's just not the right thing to do. And so what the FAA has done is in some ways done exactly what possibly the military has done, of disclosure possibly makes it harder to be ready to put on that body armor and be ready for combat. And it's possible that across the pond there are different ways that we're handling things. The Boston VA probably is the pinnacle in the VA for many different things, but there also may be things that we can learn from someone doing something unique. So to tie that back to the child side, for example, we found the clinic in the United States just on data that was treating child ADHD the best. It was an outward bound kind of program combined with therapy in upstate Plattsburgh, New York, middle of nowhere. Right? Those are the things that we're proud of finding. And they had no idea that they were 3 times more effective than almost any other treatment of ADHD in the country. Right? Those are the things that we're proud to go out with data and go find and learn together with that diversity. So diversity I see as a great opportunity to learn.
And that makes me think of not just the big data, but the machine learning and, between ourselves, we know we don't quite have artificial intelligence. We got machine learning on steroids, but we wanting to go there. And it is like what you just described about the diversity across the pond and different nations. And then it depends where the next deployment is going to be, because you're going to be impacted by that and how the providers at home understand that, you're being in Vietnam, and if you go anywhere next to Florida, you're probably going to get triggered because the weather feels like similar and you've got this constant reminder. But it is also with changing times, with changing professional dynamics, and your own life and your own changing is this continuous adaptation. Obviously, we would love to have, a veterans IBM Watson, which is one of the things we strive to build in the UK. We call it Dunstan. And we're not going to say ours is better than yours, but friends in battle, but also in research.
Well, as a matter of fact, it's funny that you bring that up, Renata, because there actually was a partnership between IBM and VA to see if Watson could be used in primary care clinics in VA to determine whether or not Watson's brain, so to say, could be used to help primary care providers better identify and treat veterans that they were seeing with PTSD. I was actually part of that project. I was one of the subject matter experts that was brought on to work with MITRE and to work with IBM and VA. It was a fascinating project. I will say, without saying too much, that the project actually was terminated prematurely, I think, because there were, at that point, a lot of other things happening in the VA, and they thought probably better to not spend money on that kind of a project. And so we were not fortunate enough to kind of see how that private-public partnership may have worked. But it was interesting because we started to go there. And I do wish that the VA picks that thread up again to look at that, because I think it's important.
Well, I can tell you there is a bunch of people in the United Kingdom, and I don't know any of them. One of them is myself, that is, taking on initiatives like what you just described. We call it Dunstan, of course, because it's a different name, and we don't want to get things muddled up. But we've been talking a lot to the VA and DoD even, who have that interest. So. And of course, if another war comes around, priorities, we have to prioritize. And, I'm sure there was very, at the time it might have been what was the best to do was to And let's hope that it's not a termination of the project. It's just on hold and we can pick it
Correct.
all up together. And I'm sure we will come up with a wonderful name, which is much better than Watson or Dunstan, right?
And we can learn from the private sector and work that's being done in private clinical practice as well. I have asked all the questions here, and I'd like to open it up if there are any questions from the audience for the panel. Please feel free to stand up and ask your question.
Hi. You've each presented different approaches to healthcare, 3 approaches from 2 different countries. And I know you've kind of covered it a little bit, but how do you see elements of each of these being combined to improve veterans' healthcare, both in the US and possibly back in the UK? Thank you.
I can start. I actually see our 3 approaches working really well together. So for example, creating new, wonderful evidence-based treatments. We know that there will be some therapists that are much better at delivering that than others. And so that fits well with finding the right therapist for the job. And we also have found that there are, beyond just the clinical domains, like who's good at treating substance abuse, who's good at treating depression, we've also found that there are different demographic groups that therapists are best at helping. And that includes minority groups versus just a Caucasian population. It includes people with different medical problems. It includes people that are LGBTQ. And so I think finding clinicians, for example, that are really good at helping wounded warriors, we can identify them in the same way, matching basically at 2 important levels. One is who understands and has the sensitivity, and I think your description that you shared is a perfect one that helps us hold it in our heart, what we're looking for in terms of who will likely be really good, who is not so blown away, for lack of a better word, by what is being disclosed that I don't know how to handle it. So anyway, I think there are great ways to blend all of the things that we're innovating.
I think from my perspective, it's not about the different things we're doing, is how we connect them and sustain it. Because at least from our institutional perspective in terms of Bravo Victor and others, is you will see that we work, everyone is an equal partner from for-profit, not-for-profit, government, and so on. And it is about achieving the outcome, of course, ethically and within the right processes and for the right reasons. And it's more of how do we connect this? And it's quite ironic because we are all healthcare and research scientific professionals here, and what we actually seems to me we're doing is we're having a therapy session, sharing, very positive so far, sharing about the goods and the not so goods, and is how we connect that, and
Right.
maybe perhaps to move forward for better international healthcare systems for our veterans and our families, because at the end of the day, NATO is NATO. I don't remember, I've never seen or been around a deployment where it's just the British or just the Americans, it's quite together, is how we develop this system to help our veterans, because at the end it just becomes one. It's just your nationality is one of those unique characteristics more and more, so the boundaries are really, the barriers are really going down. So I guess we need more scientific therapy sessions.
To break down our shared experience back in our home communities.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah. In my experience, the greatest innovations and advancements come about when you have different people with different perspectives at the table.
Mm-hmm.
I've been fortunate enough to work on a variety of projects, many of whom, are people who was just solely staffed by people who think exactly like I do. And my experience has been, you don't really learn much, you don't really think differently when you're just sitting around with people who think about problems the same way that you do, but rather when you're at the table with people who bring different sets of skills and expertise and knowledge to the table, that things start to percolate. You know, like I said, the Watson project was, I think, a good example of that, even though it ended prematurely. But I've also worked on other projects that were funded by DARPA, where, you know, people from, you know, engineers, computer scientists, linguists, people who do AI, psychologists, people from MIT, folks were all sitting at the table together trying to figure out how to solve really, really hard problems. And I think that that is, you know, when it comes to figuring out how to end the, you know, suicide epidemic among service members and veterans, or, you know, how to best you know, get people the treatment that they need, or how to facilitate access to mental health care to rural areas, things of that nature. You really need people who bring different things to the table to really solve the problem.
Absolutely, and to learn from other countries and other places that have done it differently, done it well, done some aspects better than we do here, and can share and learn, and we can all be united in that experience. Well, I have great hope as a veteran for the future of healthcare for veterans, both in the VA and outside of the VA. And I thank you so much for your time here to chat with us about your experience, and I hope we have a chance to work on this going forward.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you to all our panelists. Stick around. Up next, we have the presentation of the John P. Mayhugh Foundation's Hero Journey Lifetime Achievement Award. Thank you.
Thanks.
So we're going to do our official photograph, and then we'll go to our next.
Mayhugh Foundation Colonel Mary Lou Mayhugh.
Thank you very much, Lou. Today, we are honored to recognize the Honorable Dr. David Shulkin, our 9th Secretary of the Department of Veterans Affairs, with the John P. Mayhugh Hero's Journey Lifetime Achievement Award for his passion and commitment to revolutionize the quality and access to health care that our veterans have earned. Dr. Shulkin remains passionate and unrelenting in making sure that those who serve this nation receive the best possible care in the places where they live, work, and play. He has been described as one of the high priests of patient-centered care. My personal favorite of one of his many achievements and innovative approaches to care that he championed was his visionary approach to telehealth and virtual care. His vision broke down the barriers to leverage technology and artificial intelligence to bring better, more timely care to veterans, no matter where they were, including mental health care. This vision laid the groundwork for new models of care, not just in our veteran population, but also for the good of our entire nation. This innovation established a standard just not for basic health care services, but for access to mental health care to ensure anywhere to anywhere access to care will allow doctors to help our veterans in rural areas where there aren't many health care professionals. So thank you for all you have done. And now I would like to welcome to the podium the Honorable Dr. David Shulkin, the 9th Secretary of the Department of Veterans Affairs.
Thank you. Oh, okay. Great. Well, that's quite an honor. Thank you. It says the Hero's Journey Lifetime Achievement Award in recognition of service to our nation and taking care of those who serve. That's really wonderful. Thank you so much. And thank you. I am truly honored to be here and really grateful for all the work that's being done, and pleased to see many people in the audience. If I haven't had a chance to meet everybody, I hope I do later on today. And Lou, thanks. You have the perfect voice to be an announcer and to run a podcast. So at least we figured out the most valuable use for your talents. So thank you. I just wanted to make a few comments and sort of reflect upon where we are. I'm actually truly encouraged with the progress that we're making as a veteran community, really as a country, in addressing the mental health needs and in trying to really make progress in what have been very tough, recalcitrant problems. And, you know, organizations like the one that we're here with today, I think are really part of the solution. And it really takes almost a countrywide effort to make the progress that we're seeing. And, you know, I was reflecting when I first got a call from President Obama to say, would you consider coming and leaving your job and coming to work at VA to help us in fixing this problem? I remember saying to him, you know, Mr. President, I'm not sure you're calling the right person. I don't really have any experience in VA. I mean, I was a medical student and a resident, but that was a long time ago. I've never really worked in government. And he said, you know, that's exactly what we want. We want somebody who's going to take a fresh look at this. We don't want to sort of just have a retread of ideas. And I said, yeah, how hard could this be? So you know, I figured I would try it. When I got to government, I realized it's really a very, very different system. And the only thing I can sort of compare it to is the Seinfeld episode. Hopefully there's some Seinfeld people in the audience, where things aren't going well for George. So he decides that everything that he's going to say yes to, he should just say no to. And everything he's going to say no to, he'll say yes to. It's called the Backwards Day episode. And that's pretty much what my initial government experience was. I couldn't rely on my natural instincts of running hospitals like I had been doing most of my career. You had to really learn the system and learn ways to do things. And I was thinking about that today when I was walking over here, because I was thinking, you know, whenever you put together a session like this, a conference, it's really difficult. And when I first got to VA, I started to learn about the suicide issue. At the time, there were 22 suicides a day with veterans. And I read a New York Times article about a cluster of Marines that were having a very high suicide level. So I picked up the phone, I spoke to General David Lane, who was heading up the Marine Corps medical efforts. And I said, look, we've got to do something about this. And he said, I agree, I just don't know what to do. We've tried lots of things that haven't worked. So I called my team together at VA and I said, look, since we don't know what to do, let's bring the best minds of the country together. Let's get everybody putting their ideas out there because we have to come up with a plan. And they said, that's great. We love conferences. We'd like to do that. And I said, great. When should we do it? They said, well, we need about 6 months to plan the conference. And I said, oh no, there's no way. I'm not waiting 6 months. And I took out a calculator and I said, 22 people a day, veterans a day, are going to die. And if we wait 6 months, and I did the math, that would be about 4,000 people, veterans, that would die between now and 6 months. And I said, so I'm going to give you 30 days. And their face became pale, but they were afraid to say no. I thought 30 days sounded like a lot of time. And so I said, it's going to be on February 1st. And only later, thinking back to Backwards Day, did I understand why their face turned pale. Because what I didn't realize about government is we couldn't just pick a location, a hotel. We actually had to send out a bid and get competitive bidding for the hotel. And it wasn't until the day before the conference that they actually learned the location, what bid had been accepted. So they spent the day before the conference quickly sending out, by the way, it's going to be at the Hilton or wherever we ended up having it. So, but that was my experience. Whatever we wanted to do seemed like it was impossible to accomplish, yet the people at VA figured out a way to do it. We had that conference. It helped us create a priority list. It was important. I wanted to give veterans who had other than honorable discharges access to behavioral health care. I was told, you can't do that. Congress won't let you do that. I said, we're going to do it. And yet the VA found a way to do that. So today we can give care to other than honorable discharges. I wanted to improve access to behavioral health care. So I said, we're going to have same-day appointments. This was the VA that couldn't get them done in 30 days. People said, you can't do that. They wanted to talk me out of it. I said, we're going to do it. And today, the VA has same-day appointments for urgent behavioral health care in every VA medical center in the country. I wanted to give every discharging person who left the active military behavioral health care benefits because it's that 1 year period of time that the highest incidence of suicide happens, the first 365 days when you leave the military. Only 40% of people who left the military actually had access to VA behavioral health care. I was told you can't do that. We did that with the president's support. You had mentioned about telebehavioral health. We weren't able to cross state lines, yet we did that. And so time after time, the VA was heroic in their efforts to tackle these problems. And it's really a lesson that it's important to reach high, to set goals, to do the right thing, and then people want to follow and they'll figure out a way even though it seems impossible. Today, there's such progress that I think we can all be proud of. That number 22 is now down to 17 and continuing to drop. And for years, it really hadn't dropped. So I think that we should feel proud about that. And I just want to sort of wrap this up by saying that going back to my experience having worked in the private sector, when President Obama called me and asked me to come to VA originally, I figured, I'm going to show the VA. I know how to run healthcare. I've been running hospitals. I'm going to show them the way private sector runs hospitals and fix the system. When I got to VA and I finally figured out how things worked, It was exactly the opposite. I learned more about how this system is helping our veterans that, frankly, the private sector, the private hospital should be doing. So one of the first things I got exposed to was adaptive sports. I went skiing in Aspen with 400 veterans suffering from emotional support and physical disabilities. And I saw the impact of competitive sport on the lives and well-being of our veterans and their families. The fact that VA has suicide prevention coordinators, but the private sector doesn't. Every hospital in this country should have suicide prevention coordinators. The fact that we were able to take a research program called ReachVet and use data analytics to predict who's at the greatest risk for suicide over the next year, and then not just publish a paper, but actually go out and contact those people every day and connect with them, that is saving lives. And that's something that, again, every healthcare system should be doing, but the VA is doing it. Behavioral health and physical health integration, the fact you can get your behavioral health care in your primary care physician's office at VA is the way that healthcare should be delivered. These shouldn't be separate systems. You can't disconnect the brain from the body. And again, VA is the one who is leading the way there. Emotional support dogs. These animals are saving lives and making differences. And VA is stepping out to provide those to veterans. Again, private insurance companies should be doing that. So VA is really, I think, breaking barriers and working really, really hard. And they couldn't do it without organizations, the veteran service organizations and private foundations that are working together. As we know, when you take a look at the veterans who are suiciding, 2/3 of them don't get their care in the VA. They're out in the community. So you need to be working together, outreaching. This is really a community-wide, countrywide problem. And thankfully, even though I think that when I was secretary, I put preventing veteran suicide as our top priority, the following secretaries, Secretary Wilkie and now Secretary McDonough, have continued to keep that as the top priority. And that continuity of messaging and leadership doesn't always happen in Washington. We see when administrations change, priorities change, but thankfully, this one has stayed top of mind, and I think that's the reason we're continuing to see the types of improvements that we're seeing. So I just want to thank everybody for their continued work, involvement, and your voice, and even sometimes if you think things aren't going well, speaking out, because organizations don't change from within, they change from without, from the pressure that's being put on them. And I think everything that you guys are doing is making a difference. So thank you very much.
It's a hand holding a grenade. You came to the VA and had so much courage that you didn't even maybe realize at the time when you did that. And you've stayed in this community and done so much good, not only while you were in office, but now also now, and you continue to do it. And so I just want to say thank you from all the veterans.
Thank you so much. Very much appreciate it. Thank you.
You've actually,
Great.
your first press club presentation,
Right.
you got a picture with Leanne and me.
Really?
And she's here today, so we thought we'd bring her up. So one second.
Great.
And then Lou, we're gonna get Lou and,
At this point, it's just going to be pictures.
Oh, we're going to, we have to get
All right, ladies and gentlemen, at this time, food is being served in the back for lunch. How's that?
Didn't work.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be resuming our program in about 10 minutes.
Confirm? Let me just compose right now.
One, two, testing, one, two.
Is this one on? Testing? Testing 1, 2.
Trish Glowacki.
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 Rhymes with Milwaukee.
I can remember that.
And tell me your name again.
Lou.
Lou.
Chevy.
Why can't I get that? Okay.
It's okay.
I got it, Lou. Thank you.
Trish Mil.
is for you,
Yeah, yeah.
and the video will show.
Yep.
You want something else?
No, I just want to see where I am so I know
Oh,
what to hold in my hand.
Can you? Yeah, it'll be live. So where are you cropped? Where is he cropped? Oh, we see knees.
You do see knees. Okay, all right.
Knees.
That's all I needed to know.
Okay. Yeah. Push in a little more. Just a wee bit more. Yeah, I can live with that. And can we tilt up so we see the logo a little better? One more, right there. Good. You good with that? Okay, excellent. All right. Here we
And
go.
Rodney?
Audio.
And Rodney, you do not see the notebook on my hip, right?
The notebook on his hip. I didn't see it. Now. And 3, 2.
Well, we hope you've been enjoying the seminar as much as we have. And we have one of our panelists from panel number 1, and Trish Glowacki. I keep wanting to say Milwaukee, and I know that that's not right. Welcome, and what I'd really like to hear from you, we were able to hear some of your advice during the first panel, which really resonated with much of our audience. We've got a lot of feedback online. But I understand that you've got a project that you're working on where you've got 2 new short videos. Could you tell us a little bit about those?
Sure. And thanks for having me again. It's a twofer, the panel, and now a little extra interview. So at the Glow Media Project, we produce short films addressing various mental health topics affecting today's youth. Our target audience is middle school through high schoolers, and some of our films will skew up into college age. We have 5 films in our library to date, and we have 2 brand new ones that we will be premiering next month. The first one is called Unimaginable. It's a documentary addressing the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic on teen mental health. And the second one is called There Can Be Light, and that is a short film addressing suicide prevention and postvention.
Trish, can you tell us a little bit about why you started Glow Media?
I started Glow Media, we incorporated in 2016. Prior to that, in 2014, I had written and co-written a film, a musical actually, addressing prescription medicine misuse. And in touring that film around the country to schools and other youth-focused organizations, we found a real need for more, better mental health educational resources. First question people had was, what else do you have? We need it. So we decided to incorporate in 2016, and it was a labor of love. The first film, Warning, Take Only as Directed, I think I already said, addresses prescription medicine misuse. And my son and I co-wrote the music, and I wrote the film, and it was in memory of my son Charlie, who died of an OxyContin overdose in 2011. So it'll be 11 years this November.
And do you have a musical background?
I do, in children's theater.
Well, this seemed to fit in quite well with that.
So yeah, I wanted to write it. I wrote the first film as a stage play musical, but we realized it was going to be too costly to tour, and we wanted it to reach the broadest possible audience. And that film has led to our subsequent films, and our films have been viewed by over 1 million students nationwide, and that number keeps growing. So we keep producing films and guides. And
Well, thank you so much for what you do. And for those of you listening, I believe that the trailers are going to be linked to the website. But for those of you who want to see more of Trish's work, can you tell us what your website is?
yes, it's glowmedia.org, glowmedia.org. And for those of you in the DC area, we are premiering the 2 new films on October 12th. You can go to the website, it's right there on the landing page, at the AFI Silver Spring Theater and Cultural Center.
Trish, thank you so much for what you do. I know you're changing lives and saving them.
Thank you.
You're out.
Olivia, do you have something you would like to say?
He was my oldest friend.
It's been a few days since Ricardo died by suicide, and I can imagine many of you are thinking about him.
Hold your head up, here we go.
You were not the one who found him.
It's okay to have strong feelings.
You need to talk, Mayhugh? No, Mama, I'm fine.
Put your mask on for the show.
It's okay to feel confused, sad, angry, or even guilty.
Hold your head up,
He's not coming back.
Healing takes time, and it can happen in different ways.
walk these halls and no one knows.
Ricardo?
I know you've got these feelings inside.
keep going. Okay.
You can hear me clearly.
Okay.
You've been doing a fantastic job. Like
All right.
I said, you've just been doing a fantastic job. It's so
It's good?
helpful
It's good?
and
All right. Thank you.
I'm going to take this microphone cable here.
Do you want it away? Okay. Thank you. All right, it's better. I do that too, but I think it looks.
Brings out intensity in some cases, you know.
Yeah. I've been.
They don't take the picture at that exact moment.
I find. Yeah.
Because different people do, you know, sometimes people will look up when they think, sometimes.
Right. Right. Right.
You know that down left means that maybe they shouldn't say that.
Oops.
Oh, okay.
And she was still getting her mic. There she is.
Liam, come here.
It's going down. So she feels your anxiety a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
She's getting comfortable.
Yeah. She wants her butt that way.
You good to go?
Ready when you are.
Okay, excellent. Here we go. And in 3, 2, 1.
Well, welcome back. And if you remember, just before lunch, we ended with our innovation in mental health treatment panel, which really was able to help us understand a lot of the technology and a lot of the innovations that we've been using in the mental health field lately. And then we had our presentation with our keynote speaker, that was Dr. David Shulkin. And one of the things that he talked about in his presentation was sports therapy, and how important that is, and how he noticed at the Department of Veterans Affairs what a difference these types of therapies made. So that really is a great entree into our next panel, which is supporting healing through the healing arts. And our moderator for this panel is Dr. Alicia Christie. She's a retired colonel from the United States Army, Mayhugh, and Deputy Director of Reproductive Health in the Veterans Administration. Alicia Christie is board certified in reproductive endocrinology, and Alicia is the author of over 70 peer-reviewed publications and 16 different book chapters. Next, we have Dr. Anne-Marie Halterman. She's the Executive Director of Uniting Us. She's an Air Force Academy graduate and retired Air Force air person. Don't they say airman? I didn't.
That's fine.
Okay, all right. And she was commissioned into the civil engineer career field. She was an advisor to the Department of Defense, and healing and uniting benefits and therapeutic arts is what she was able to help the Department of Defense understand was important in order to help their military network. So next we have Leela Hertzberg, and Leela is a certified equine specialist with a military designation. Now, I didn't even know that existed, so personally, I'm going to be really excited to hear more about this. Lisa's equine specialty, and she's a professional horsewoman with over 45 years of experience working with horses. She's the founder and executive director of Lifeline Horse Rescue and the Let's program. You're going to want to hear more about that. Next, we have Dr. Marilyn Pepper Citizens. She is a retired colonel from the United States Air Force, and Maryland works for the, Maryland University. I'm getting all tongue-tied today. She's an instructor of the Masters of Yoga Therapy at Department of Maryland University Integrated Health. And last, we have Brigadier General Wagle. She is the Pennsylvania Deputy Adjutant General for Veterans Affairs. Her Veterans Affairs program that she oversees includes reintegration, outreach, veterans initiatives for nearly 80,000 veterans and their dependents in the Commonwealth, and oversees 6 veterans homes. She's a graduate of the Army War College.
I believe the Brigadier General.
Please excuse me. In that case, I have successfully introduced everyone, have I not?
Yes, but you were a panel, you're moving the panel forward. You've got these 4 are good.
Okay. So, Rodney, do you want me to?
No, if we've made the introduction.
Yep.
Let's proceed.
Okay. So with that, panel 3.
Thank you so much for that introduction. I'd like to thank Mary Lou Mayhugh for the critically important work that she's doing through the foundation. I know as a woman veteran, I greatly appreciate the support that I and my family members and members of the community have benefited from the work of incredible people like the Mary Lou Mayhugh and the other members of the foundation. I'd like to start with a brief discussion about the differences between art therapy and therapeutic art. For example, it's my understanding, Anne-Marie, with art therapy, that art is often created in the context of a session with a therapist. So could you tell us a little more about those differences?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you so much for the opportunity to be here, but also to talk about art therapy and therapeutic arts, because they're both exceedingly helpful, but it's helpful for the discussion that we're going to have today to define it. And so therapeutic art is done in the community. It's a social interactive opportunity, and it's what we can do like as a community, as a family, small group, as an individual. Art therapy on the other side, like you said, is in a medical environment, and it's prescribed. They have goals and objectives. They take notes. They're medical professionals, and they have the insurance and the certifications necessary, which is really exciting because the community side with therapeutic arts and the medical side with art therapy really can bridge people from when they're in the hospital or getting treatment as an outpatient, but then they can incorporate it into their daily lives. So it's important that we all work together, and when we do that, it's seamless and it's wonderful.
Well, thank you. I know that I personally am very excited about having the opportunity to learn more about the healing arts and to learn more about what all of you do. And to build resilience and well-being, you need support beyond the clinical interventions. You need the healing arts. And that's so important in building wellness and resilience. And so I'd like all of you to tell us more about the work that you're doing in this area. And I'd like to start with Marilyn.
Thank you for having me here today, for being part of this panel. Yoga. So I am a yoga therapist and part of the faculty for Maryland University of Integrative Health has a master's degree in yoga therapy. And yoga is one of the fastest growing healing modalities here in the U.S. And a lot of people turn to yoga for help with chronic or acute conditions. And yoga therapy is a little bit different though. So we have advanced studies and we take specific yogic actions to support clients. even though some clients may come to us for specific issues, we look beyond just the pathogenic part of their time with us. And so we look at the whole person. And Maryland University of Integrative Health is also really focused on whole person and community integrative therapeutic support. And we could use postures of movement. It could be gentle, it could be vigorous, breathing techniques depending upon what the client needs. It could be something to calm the nervous system or to activate the nervous system, meditation, and even some movement that's geared toward musculoskeletal imbalances. So a key part of yoga therapy is, first of all, knowing the individual, what their goals are. It's very relationship-based. Work usually with individuals, but we also do meet with small groups. And yoga therapists have some advanced training to be able to be part of an integrative health team. So I've even had an opportunity to work with art therapists, which was really a treat for me. But we also partner with physicians, physical therapists, occupational therapists. The gamut is as wide as whatever the client needs.
Can you tell us a little more about your work with active duty service members, veterans, and their families?
Yes. Well, some yoga therapists focus on that community. I was part of a program in Lorton, Virginia. It was called the Military and the Arts Initiative. So we worked with veterans, their families, their care providers, because they're very critical as well. And again, it is very, very specific to the individual. We have a wide gamut of tools that we can apply, but it is based on what the individual needs. So they usually come to us with specific goals, but we look beyond those goals. We look beyond that, and we want to really help the individual find full health and well-being based on what they need.
Well, thank you. Layla, can you tell us a little more about equine therapy?
Sure, absolutely. Happy to do it. As Mike mentioned, I've been working with horses for a very long time, and I've been teaching horseback riding. And I have noticed over the years that whether it's a child or an adult on a horse, all of a sudden they start talking, relaxing, sort of unpacking some things, right? So about 5 years ago, I started a horse rescue, and one of our primary missions of the rescue, in addition to rescuing horses in need, was to start an equine-assisted therapy program. So that's where LETS came from, Lifeline Equine Therapy Services. And what we do is our primary focus is on preventing suicide in the veteran and military population. So we decided to look for what would be the best model of providing this therapy. So we chose eGala. That's a worldwide recognized therapy of equine-assisted psychotherapy. It's also used for growth and learning. But we use this model, which is basically a team. So you have an equine specialist like myself. You have a licensed, certified mental health provider. Our clinical director is actually Jesse Logan, who's retired recently from Walter Reed, and so has a wealth of experience and knowledge working with the military population. And the other part of the team, of course, is the client and the horses. Without the horses, we wouldn't have the program. Our program is very different. So what is equine-assisted therapy? It's not horseback riding. You come to the farm and you work with this team, and you are experiencing the therapy one-on-one, experiential, with the animals, out in nature. It's more natural. We find that, I keep being surprised, because when I was going in training, they would say, well, you're just not going to believe, the horses just know the right things to do. And they absolutely do. So it humbles me that we will be working with a veteran who maybe has pretty severe PTSD, suicidal ideation, survivor's guilt, moral injury, just the whole unfortunate list of conditions. And this person had been in talk therapy for a very long time, but we're out in a pasture and we have him holding a horse. The horse is grazing and he's sort of brushing him a little and looking at him, and all of a sudden he starts crying. And he apologizes for crying, but he just started getting more in touch with his feelings, and experiences. So what our main thing to do is to provide this safe place for the veteran or the service member or the spouse or the children to come and experience, get in touch with their emotions, which are often mirrored in the horse, and to allow them a place to process that, whether they're discussing that with us, talking out loud with us, or if they're processing it on their own.
Can you tell us a little more about the process? When we were speaking earlier, you were saying you start with observation.
Yes. So if somebody comes to the farm, and very often, they might have been referred, right? So very often it's somebody who is having relationship problems. They might have be in jeopardy of losing a job. They might be having trouble just getting out of bed in the morning, okay? So they don't know exactly what they want to work on. So when they come into the farm, we give them a little tour, we talk about safety, and we invite them to go observe the horses. And in this process, they can start to feel they're seeing things, and they might start to feel like they're relating to this animal. And there is a lot of work with metaphor in this therapy. And, people can start to see interactions between two horses that remind themselves of themselves, or maybe a commander in their unit, or somebody else like that. So it's an experiential type of therapy.
And you work with therapists, but it's also possible for someone to self-refer, correct?
Yes, absolutely. So our services are available at no cost to veterans and service members. We are trying very hard to get funding for caregivers, because we are discovering that caregivers are a very invisible population. Literally, spatially, we've had a couple of caregiver groups, and literally the caregiver is behind the veteran and doesn't always feel that they have the right to have their own experience, their own issues. So we're working with the whole families, the caregivers, the whole bit. But yes, I'm sorry, people can come refer to us, or they can just pick up the phone and call, let us know they're a veteran or active member. We will provide no-cost confidential therapy.
Well, thank you. Anne-Marie, you have a PhD in engineering. How did you come to get involved in the healing arts?
I'm not sure. Actually, I got out of the military after my last deployment, after September 11th, and continued to do engineering, because that's what I did when I was active duty. And didn't deal with some stuff, basically. Packaged it away, put it in the back, as the panel earlier was saying, it was a little neat bow on it. But eventually, it was like, all right, I need to deal with this. And so when I did that, I had to participate with a nonprofit, medically directed, that was therapeutic, and it was arts, but it was pretend art. Like, I didn't know it was art, because I would have never gone if I had known. And so I went, and I was like, oh, this is great. Like, I like these guys that I'm sitting next to. And so it started this process, which allowed me to kind of feel my emotions and understand kind of what was going on. Because words, I couldn't describe it. But through art, I was able to. And through art, I found, that there was this healing process happening. I was achieving wellness that I had not had in a long time. And I also had some really good friends that it was a shared experience, and it was an experiential. And so I ended up saying, you know what, engineering is great, and I'm really good with numbers, but I want other people to have this opportunity. So here I am today. So I'm just gonna tell you one thing. Uniting Us, we love what everyone else does in this space, to include the research and everything else, because together we can help people have arts and healing and wellness and unity every day in their life. Not just one point in time, but together we can provide services and we can create a community that's stronger as individuals, families, and in the greater space across our nation.
I had the opportunity to get involved with Uniting Us Artists, and it was just an incredible experience. And art has been very therapeutic for me. On the 20th anniversary of 9/11, one of the ways that I was able to get through the difficult feelings associated with that was to do portraits honoring women who had been lost in Iraq and Afghanistan and at the Pentagon. And Anne Marie and Uniting Us allowed me to share that, and that was a very healing process for me. So the healing arts, like many of us here, have really played an important role in my life. So another important question is, what needs to change to make the healing arts more enduring? And Anne-Marie, if we can start with you again.
Yeah, and I would like to, from my standpoint, I'll speak from the therapeutic arts standpoint, and what change looks like to me is an opportunity to sit with other people that are doing initiatives that are helpful, that are different. I think there was a doctor earlier that had said that, like, sitting around with the people that have the same experiences, you can't get as far. So today has been fantastic, because through this foundation, we're able to come together, exchange business cards, and actually make something happen tomorrow. So from my standpoint, from a change, I think a big challenge that I see as myself as a veteran, but also through our Uniting Us population, is they'll get excited for an event, whether it be arts or music or equine, but if it's like a weekend long, they get excited for it, they go to it, they have a great time, and they come home. And then it's that reality where, man, I've been looking forward to this for 6 months, and now it's done. And that suicide ideation starts creeping back in, and isolation and things along those lines. So what we love to be able to do, and what I think is most important, is to find programs